Welcome back to Dead of Ages Past. This is session 9, titled Around Every Corner. And we return back to the city, particularly after a decent rest in a relatively friendly house. Tim, you wrote a pretty good synopsis of the last session. If you want, you guys are pretty much caught up here. But if you guys want to discuss what happened last session just to catch each other up, you can. But I'm pretty much moving to the point where it's the next morning. What are you guys doing? So just if you want to do a catch up real quick, that's great. If you don't, just let me know what the plan is.
Was what I said correct? Are we planning to still go to that house?
I believe that was the end where we were, just to see if there's anything that we missed.
Yeah, we just didn't have better options.
Is that clicking?
That would be the top of this lighter. Sorry, I was getting ready to light something.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, John.
Fair. Yeah, just again, like I said, let me know what your plan is for the day, and we'll move from there.
Well, I know I need to find an apartment, gentlemen, but if you wanted to go into that house while we're close to it, right, where we are?
Yes, we're in the same district.
It's literally across a main thoroughfare and a couple of blocks away.
So it's in Old Rastigar?
That's right.
Alright, well, yeah, we could do that then, and then afterwards, I could head out and grab an apartment somewhere.
Actually, scratch that. I apologize. I was directing you to Wellenbart. It's not across the main thoroughfare. It's just a couple of blocks south towards the coast.
Alright, still, it's close to the house we're staying in.
Not too bad at all, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I think. What about you guys?
Oh, most likely Sam's still asleep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty early. You guys are not terribly, heavy sleepers, especially with what's gone on over the course of the last couple of days, 6 days or so. You've almost been together for...
Before
Go ahead.
we leave the house, I do want to re-ritual cast Snowflake back, because I think in a fit of rage, when he didn't do what I wanted, I got rid of him that session.
Okay. Yeah, your owl is back. And don't forget to mark off the ritual component for that one. I think that is expended in the casting.
Do we need to still worry about what happens with the conglomerate seeing through Valette's eye? Or is that taken care of?
It
Go ahead.
lasts for 24 hours. So. Got a bit more time.
So are we really dead set on going back to the manor?
Which do you have a better idea?
Joe, to answer your question, they're talking about going back to House Karloff. It was the Halloween session where they...
I remember.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, I don't remember, but I know it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of started right now as to what next.
Because if we are serious about that, then we should think about what's the best time to go so we would attract the least attention trying to...
That is a very good point. We might not want to do that in morning. Night would be better. So, considering that, maybe we should meet back here at nightfall. And then,
That would be fine.
yeah,
I'd want to
you know what?
case the place during the day.
You want to case it during the day?
Yeah, just to see the comings and goings, if any, if there are any guards that are around. I know that they were in there and they kicked us out initially. Is it totally empty now or what? I'd want to kind of figure...
Yeah, good point.
Might
All right.
I add that I might, if we can get ourselves a hold of some of their uniforms, I might be able to help disguise some of us to look more rough and tumble, as it were, and appear as Yellowcaps. So if someone were to come by, we might be able to not give ourselves away.
Hey, John, really quick. That particular shopping district that we were discussing earlier,
Mm-hmm.
out of session, would that possibly have like a store where we could buy yellow cap uniforms?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, Tim, do you want to go shopping?
I don't have a lot of money. I guess we can go shopping.
I mean, we could always pool our resources and put together some money to do some stuff. Plus, to be fair, I still don't trust him, and I want to keep an eye on him.
Oh, that was in character. Oh, okay, because you said Tim. So I was confused.
Yeah, I switched from out of character to in character.
Okay.
Mid sentence.
Well, if you know somewhere where we can acquire the uniforms, then yes, let us be on our way. Where, how many do you think we might need, everyone? Will we be sticking together? I don't know if I can do much good to help hide Gilbert's appearance. Are there many gnome guards? Out of
No,
character,
there's many it's a very diverse city.
Okay.
So, like, you see representation across the board. Literally, like,
Okay.
nominate a race that's a playable race, nominate a race that's not even a playable race, and there's probably some form
Okay.
of representation of it in the city.
Cool. Alright, then, shall we
try.
get to... Shall we get 6 uniforms, then? And we can all go in. At night, we can even use the ruse that maybe we heard something inside while passing by on patrol, if we were to be caught within.
I'm not hearing any objections, so I think that's a yes.
Yeah, I'm in. That sounds like an okay plan.
Let us go get fitted, then.
What could go wrong?
Okay, so you would know that the market we discussed is actually back in the Spellmoth Burrow, and surprisingly, it's not too far away from the Mage's Tower. You know that the main entry point for it that you're aware of is an inn, kind of low rent, very terrible tap room. You remember the beer tasting like water or urine. And the name of the inn is the Cock and Thrush Inn.
Great.
I will disguise myself as nondescript female elf number 1.
And I'm sending you a secret message, man.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So, onward.
Okay, so you guys head that direction, taking a trolley. So real quick, Matt, just a quick note for video. Your head's cut off in the video. Yep, that's what I needed. Thank
Better?
you. Just looking at your mouth. Weird. You guys are gonna take a trolley? Are you gonna
That's
walk?
my favorite part of Matt.
How are you getting to Spellmoth in that specific area?
I'm not sure. I mean,
So the fastest method would be
trolleys.
air carriage, which are basically just wires throughout the city that kind of lead in that direction. Small cars are sent across those zip lines all along day. The next fastest would be trolley service, which goes along the gray roads, the main thoroughfares, and it would probably be the next fastest. And then walking might take some time. You would absolutely know that you currently do not have the jalopy available, as it was left at Ren's office.
I mean, honestly, all of them are controlled by the conglomerate except for the jalopy. But the thing is, the airways, also along the rope, there's just little bumps in them that put subliminal messages in your mind. So probably the trolley is safer.
Okay.
First, I think we need to discuss funds. How much are these uniforms going to cost? Will we be able to afford them if we take trolley? It'd be silly to waste funds to get there to find out we not have enough funds to purchase things we use to get there.
So the trolley costs 1 silver to ride. And basically, you can get anywhere you want to go for a silver. If you're trying to like go from like one borough to like one of the boroughs that's across a bridge, like you're crossing the river, it will cost you 2 silver. So any large river crossing is an additional coin. And the same is true of tollways if you were to drive a vehicle, you think. So that's a good note to keep. But yeah, it's not breaking the bank.
Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys fork over your coin, get onto the trolleyway, and head that way. So this trolley has been taken quite a few times by you guys before, and this is the one that does go past the 3rd precinct, up Ren's office, and then kind of ends for you guys right about Chandraways. If you saw the map ping, it's just a bit north of the Major's Tower. I didn't mean to ping there, I meant over here. 1 second here. Okay, so you guys make your way to the inn, as mentioned. Do you want to make any stops along the way? Like I said, it does go around the 3rd precinct, up the road that Ren's the main thoroughfare that Ren's office is on, and continues up towards the Cockentosh.
If
I mean, Oh, go ahead.
if it goes by Ren's office, if it looks somewhat coast is clear, I would like to stop by and pick up my horse.
Okay, you would note that the as you're moving towards it, you would note that the vehicle is gone. It's not present, and it looks like the establishment has a guard outside who is talking to a young gnome girl who you recognize as Effie. It looks like there are people inside of the office, but it looks like she's being questioned.
Good.
Right. Car's impounded. My horse is in the car.
Bummer.
There goes one device.
Inside of a car.
Who puts a horse inside of a car? You madman.
Yeah.
Good planning.
But yeah, I'm assuming you don't stop.
No.
Okay, great.
Probably not.
So you arrive at the stop near where you're going, and it's not too terribly long a walk to get where you want to be. Okay. It's a pretty low rent looking establishment in that it looks like it's been here for quite some time. The exterior is covered in kind of like a mottled, stained by dirt, like white paint. And there are several points on it that are chipped and broken out. I would say that the door looks like it is actually well crafted. Sorry for rambling there. The door looks like it's well crafted, but the establishment looks like shit on the outside. But you do see a wooden sign that's painted, and it shows what appears to be a rooster or cockatiel, kind of like full like stance with one foot kind of extended outwards, which is kind of extended out to towards a bird, a smaller bird, which if you have nature trained you would recognize as a thrush bird or a song thrush. Okay, so real quick note, Ren, you're staying back. You're not going.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm casing the House Karloff for the job later on.
Okay. Well, I guess if that's the case, let's go ahead and deal with you first.
What do you want?
Along the trolleyway. So you're heading over to the house?
So I'm just gonna try to, again, case the house. So try not to be too obvious that I'm doing that.
Are you
Walk around, stay
going
from a
by
distance.
Are you planning on going by yourself?
I wouldn't want anyone else who's not really stealthy to come with. But if you wanted to, and that's the case, that's fine too.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of
So we can help each other.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, as you're
Yeah.
kind of approaching that district, you would note that you are dressed pretty casually, Ren, but yet Lauren is not at all dressed in a casual
Yeah,
fashion.
Lauren is, yeah.
This would be before you guys even break away from each other. Yeah, Lauren will be quickly spotted if he's just going to move around just as he's dressed, especially with the
Yes.
activity that you want.
So can we, if we know
But-
that, can we address?
Address it,
bird won't.
address it in character.
I make a very good distraction. Sorry. My plan is not to go with you. My plan is to be in that area and draw all.
Did everybody freeze?
So you're not
Perfect. So we're
shit.
not actually going to be in the same
Correct.
space.
I'm not going to be casing Big Joint with you. I just plan to be on the street around and drawing attention.
Great. Sounds
That's
good.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, just tell me how you're doing it. You guys, just let me know what the plan of attack is.
Is there access to the sort of the general vicinity of the house in a way that's not really in public view, or the least public view?
Not so much. Basically, the way the houses are kind of established, there's really, as you recall, this one's surrounded by like an exterior wall, and the exterior walls basically align with streets and thoroughfares. The closest you'd get to concealment is there's probably a 15-foot wide road that's in between two walls, the next door neighbor's house. But that isn't a crypt wall like this one is. It's just a fence gate, wrought iron gate.
Fair to say there are trees and bushes around and about?
Yeah, but again, not like in a way that it's very manicured, so it doesn't appear that there's like wild growth, even amidst Karloff's house.
So I just popped in my ability, my Mask of the Wild. Does that help at all?
I'd say for you, yeah, that'd be fine. You could definitely try and kind of make yourself scarce.
Right. So that's what I would try to do, kind of just quietly dart in and out,
Okay.
slink around.
The first thing you'll note before you kind of even get to that point where you're able to see the house proper is that what you didn't notice before or never even concerned yourself with because there wasn't one flying, is there is a flagpole outside of the house. Where there was no flag flying, there is now a flag flying. It appears that there are actually two flags flying. One seems to be nothing more than a little pennant that is yellow in color with a brown bear icon drawn out on it. And the second of the flags is actually a full-on flag with ward and symbol. And it appears, from what you can see, that this symbol has a purplish colored field with what appears to be a 12-sided dice looking down on it.
So House Brant.
Correct.
Okay, so from what I recall from the house that Gilbert had hoped to have, is it fair to assume that House Brant or some other noble has taken possession of the Karloff house upon the death of Karloff?
Make a intelligent or a charisma history check.
Wasn't Gilbert's cousin looking at? Oh no, that was a well.
Wellenbar, yeah.
Yeah.
How the
never
heck
mind.
do I make a charisma history?
If you're trained in history, proficient with history, then make a
Which
proficient
I
charisma.
am.
Then make a proficient charisma check.
Yeah, John should have put that stuff in the tool section.
Yeah, it should be in the bottom
How do-
left.
So wait, I see charisma. Oh, I do. I got a whole 9.
Okay. You have no idea why this flag is flying out over that. Your assumption is as good as any assumption you could make at this point.
Okay, so I mean, that's true, but I do recall what happened to the situation with Gilbert. So, all right. So I'm going to assume that it's probably occupied.
Sure. Okay.
And I'm hoping for a distraction from Yen Lauren so I can make an approach and see what I can.
Okay. Yeah, Lauren. He's hiding away. Keeping an eye on the house. You don't see much activity, but it does appear that there might be some people inside. And Yen Lauren, what's your plan of attack? What are you doing?
Are there any people on the street?
On the street, yeah. There's definitely quite a few passerbys. I'd say you might get like a 30-second to 45-second breach of nobody walking past. But it's casual.
It's not what I'm interested in. I have Prestidigitation, Minor Illusion, a bunch of fun little cantrippy spells. And my plan is to use the Prestidigitation to enhance my voice, get as much attention as I can, and yell, "Come, come, gather round, friends! It is me! My name is the Gennarid, and I have stories to tell! Stories to tell!" And use the Prestidigitation to make like a little bird of magic float up from me and up into the air and then back down to me to draw a bunch of attention to me.
Okay.
Hoping to get a crowd around me.
Make a. Go ahead and make a charisma persuasion check.
I have performance trained too.
Yeah, you're not performing. You're trying to convince people to come to you.
Just letting you know.
Yep.
I don't know if that helps.
It will if you can draw anybody over.
22.
Okay, you get a lot of attention, quite a lot. In fact, you see a couple of lemon caps kind of walking over to you and kind of moving away from the crowd as it starts to form. Some 20 or so people actually come up, but there's a contingent of 5 lemon caps that's moving over to you, and the lead one looks at you directly and says, "License?"
As soon as this is happening, Ren is going to make his move.
Okay. So break from you for a second, Zach.
Kills the guard.
Yen Lauren, break from you for a second. Ren, what's your move?
I want to see if there's a side or a rear access to the house where I can peek into a window, check a door, or something like that, or maybe even second story. The whole.
Yeah, having been in the house, you actually know that there are no entrances. They were all sealed and boarded by the lady. The only entrance in, the only exit out of the house, to your recollection, is the front door.
Damn it.
And the sewer way underneath the house that
Yeah,
led
that's the one.
underneath the creepy creature.
Yeah, that's.
But it was barred and sealed by heavy, iron bars.
So let me check that first.
Yeah,
to see
you-
if it's still sealed.
You and Sayer were the ones that fell down into that hole. So you're going underground now?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk to you in a
Well,
few minutes.
I'm just gonna see
It's okay.
if it's sealed. I'm not gonna go.
I know it's going to take you some time to get down there. You have to get into the hole and go down that way. So we'll deal with you in a second. Yen Lauren, what do you do upon request?
I have papers, right? And it's just a regular yellow hat, not a conglomerate agent.
Yeah, it's just
So
yellow cap. He's just asking for your
I'm
licensing.
handing my papers.
Yep, he
which I
takes-
give him.
Takes a quick gander at it and says, "Okay. What about your license to perform?"
Ooh, there is license to perform?
Yeah, you can't just set up on the street, especially in Old Rossigar, and expect to just draw in crowds. That's not how it works at all. Yeah, if you're not licensed, we're going to have to ask you to move. "I'm sorry, folks." And the other guards start turning around. "I'm sorry, folks." And he kind of stays with you and says, "Hey, if you want to get licensing, it's not too hard. We're not too far from the Capitol building. Just head on in there, speak to one of the clerks. They should be able to pop you your work, especially if you slip him a coin. Shouldn't be too hard. Sorry, I just got to keep the peace here, and if you don't have a license, I can't let you perform. Sorry.
Your fault, children disappointed. Look at Faith. Look at Faith! And I just want to I'm sure there's no one who's actually sad I'm not doing anything, but like I'm just pointing at like some small person. Look at his face! It is your fault he's sad!
He does look at, and surprisingly does see a young noble boy in his, little Mac, and his tights, looking all just dapper and probably indefensible. He does have a sad face, and he kind of turns back to you and says, I'm really sorry. We have to oblige, and we have to make sure that the licensing's handled correctly, please. If you tell the clerk, her name's Amy, if you tell her that Jock sent you, you should be able to get through the line pretty quick.
This is awful sad thing for you say to me. But
I'm just trying to uphold the law. Please, if you keep resisting, I do have to take it to the next level. So.
And what is next level? Is there higher ground?
He
looks up.
He looks at you, and then he looks down at his belt, and you see that he has a pistol at his belt. We'll have to take you in.
Well, this is fine. And Lauren is going to turn around and start to walk away, and I'm going to pull a Chevy Chase in Community and fake a heart attack.
Yeah.
In the most, painfully dramatic way. Like, old man just, this is, there's pain!
Make your choice, either charisma deception or charisma performance.
$17.
Hold on a second.
So
yeah,
good.
the guards come over to you and start kind of trying to take care of you. And you hear one of them yell as you're trying to yell out kind of whatever reactions you're making.
Mm-hmm.
You hear one of them yell, get the ambulance car ready to one of the guards.
Scream, yeah, Lauren, scream.
Oh yeah, I'm making as much of a commotion as I physically can. Like
Everyone is
clutching
focused.
my heart. I'm tossing around on the ground. I'm screaming, blood curdling murder. It's not a pretty sight to see.
And yeah, you've got everyone's attention for now. I'm going to cut from you, guys, as you guys continue Operation Get Into the House, and switch back to the others. Like I said, the door is very nice. The rest of the establishment looks like shit. You guys move towards the door and enter in. I'm assuming... Oh, he's not there. He's not there. Oh, he is there.
I was giving the cat the medicine.
Oh, okay. So you would know that entering into the house or entering into the main entryway isn't really the entryway. It's just the front door to the establishment. You would know that just off the ways there's actually a brick door that's built into the old painted brick, and you know how to open it.
Yep. Great. So, just look nonchalant.
You do one of those things where you're making sure no one sees it, and then you pop open the door, shuffle them in pretty quickly, and close the door behind you. Maybe 10 feet down the way, there's a guy kind of looking up at you, and you can see his bright orange eyes staring up at you guys in the shape of the Idealist mask kind of present. Those of you who have dark vision
Owls aren't so lucky.
can see that he's holding what looks to be like a large horn with a wooden handle, and Broxgar, you would recognize it as what's known as a blunderbuss. He kind of sees that, Sam's the one entering the door, and kind of just shuffles the gun down so it's no longer pointing at you. You guys.
Right. Owls aren't so lucky.
Yep, you head downstairs. He doesn't seem to ask you any passcodes or anything. As you know, a lot of people who aren't idealists do come to this market as well. And descend down into a very open area. The roof of the hall that you enter into is about 30 feet high, and you've descended about 50 feet down into the earth. Broxgar, you would know pretty much directly how far underground you are. And there are a lot of pillars in this chamber that seem to be holding up the buildings above. The hall itself is some 500 or so feet square, or 500 feet long, 500 feet wide, rather. So probably more square feet than that. And you can see that there are a lot of just vendors that have just basically piled up, and there's a loud, bustling marketplace that you were never aware of that just seems to be present. There are all different types of things happening here. You can hear kind of like, sparks of fireworks going off. You can see an area that looks like it's focused on like technology. Guns are being fired off. But it just seems to be a hustle and bustle of a marketplace.
Yes, welcome to the dark market.
You are aware that you are looking for a specific individual. A very specific individual, so specific I wrote his name down. But it's on this piece of paper that's in my backpack, and I'm getting it. You know his name. It's that guy. That's name is... Best DM right here. Go ahead and just give me a damned medal. There's the page. Nope, there's not the page. Where's the page? There.
Hey, Chris Perkins, if you're watching, he doesn't do this
No,
at all. It's the
I'm
first time he's ever
not
done
very
this.
good. I'm not very good.
No, you're good.
No, his name is
Hi,
Gollister.
Chris Burke. Wait, say it again.
Gollister. Yep. Or Go Laster.
Right.
And he's an older mage, and he does a lot of penmanship work and also does a bit of magic item creation, but not very powerful stuff.
Also, would I know what direction to point these guys off into costuming?
So you got Valette, you've got Lauren. No, you don't have Lauren. You have Gilbert and Broxgar. Valette, you've never been.
No, I was going to go to get an apartment.
Oh, you're not going with them.
No, I was going by myself. That's the easiest way to get killed in this game.
Of going by yourself.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if that's what you're working towards. Where are you looking for an
I'm
apartment?
not working towards it.
Where are you looking for
I
an
don't-
apartment?
Well, I was thinking of just getting like a really small apartment somewhere where I can have my mail sent and I can get them and I could actually sleep there if I needed to, but it was going to be, it would be real small. So I was looking for someplace as close to like
I'm gonna say you didn't go with them then. You're still back at House
Yeah.
Archild, and
That-
you're
that might have
basically, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to go on my own.
Yep. We'll cut back to you here in a bit. Apologies, I just, should have let you guys say more as to what you were doing. A lot of split offs that I didn't
That's
think
alright.
were present. So yeah, Broxgar and Valette would be with you, and you would know that there's a lot of clothing sections, and there's definitely a military surplus kind of station that they basically get a lot of old loose gear from the City Watch that they sell here. You know about where that's at.
Right.
You believe the gentleman who runs that specific establishment or booth. His name is Bill.
Bill.
Just Bill.
Right. Bill Schwader.
And you know why he doesn't give his last name, and also why he gives a phony baloney name as Bill. Similar reasons. Anywho.
Of course.
Okay, so you
Want to keep it all kosher and nice here.
splitting off. Even more? Valette, are you going to go and get the gear as he's explained it to you?
Sure.
And Broxgar, are you staying with Sam, or are you going with Valette?
So there's Sam.
Okay.
Keep an eye on this guy.
Dwarf seems to be just
Alright.
hanging out with you. Alright. Okay. So, let's go ahead and do Valette first. You come around to the area as described. You can see that there are a lot of different outfits and attires. You do see there are actually uniforms for conglomerate agents as well. There do appear to be several uniforms for City Watchmen. Some of them look a little bit old and out of style. The conglomerate suits definitely look like they're a little old, and only like the retentive folks like yourself would be able to identify the fact that they may not pass muster. But common folks wouldn't know. That said, it does look like he has a couple of other items present. All of them look like they're in pretty decent quality. Looks like he has a couple of the City Watch grapplers, the arm grapplers, for sale present. You also see that he has what's known as a chaser, and it is an auto carriage that is used by the City Watch. It is the fastest auto carriage. It goes 150 miles per hour, is what you've been told.
So I see that.
Huh? What? Sorry, what? Just brushing some other guy. Who are you? What do you want? Huh?
Oh, right. I'm in it as an elf. Yes. My friend Sam told me that I could get some costumes here for.
I don't know, no Sam. You can tell he's lying.
Oh well, neither do I then. But anyway, I heard a rumor that I could get maybe some uniforms here that with yellow caps and red hoods, and I see you got those neat little grapplers over there.
Yep.
So what are your prices like?
I don't know nobody named Sam. He kind of looks at you. Why would you bring up somebody? What, did you think I knew Sam? Who are you? Why's your face hanging off your skull? Make an insight check. Wisdom insight.
Rolled a 15.
There's something off about this guy, but he is glaring you up and down right now. Like he is looking at every single detail. And you're pretty sure, like, he's a pretty cunning fellow. You don't know if you've been called out on your disguise or not, but it sounded like that was the case.
Okay. Well, I don't know much about that. Like, it seems like you don't know much about Sam. So, anyway.
What did you say? Something about uniforms? Are you a cop?
Yeah. No.
Are you a cat? Alright.
No, just try to pose as one.
Are you a cat? Oh, fine. Alright. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's 20 gold pieces per uniform.
Okay. And is there any kind of discount if you buy in bulk?
No.
Okay. Well, what about the grapplers? How much are those cost?
150 apiece.
Okay. Well, I'll have to go talk with my friends. I don't actually have that much money on me, and
Okay.
but we'll be back once we have all the gold, and we will. We're looking to get 6 of them.
He turns away from you and starts talking to another customer.
And I just go back.
Okay. Like somewhere in the middle of you trying to be cordial, he just stopped paying attention to you. Yeah, if you've ever been to a larger convention, that's the kind of atmosphere I'm trying to kind of put you mindset-wise.
Oh, I've never.
I know Joe has, but yeah, we're talking like a Gen Con vendor floor here is what we're talking about. So Broxgar, you muscled past some people and stay pretty close to Sam, but he seems to be kind of moving through the crowd like he's done this a lot. Like he seems to have kind of a finesse just moving through all of these people and not getting touched at all. That just seems to kind of just... It's scary. And eventually he arrives at this booth. And Sam, you see that your friend, Gollister, is sitting kind of in his booth. Looks like he's kind of over a little, steel makeshift desk. And looks like he's currently applying special, like, inks and dust to a piece of paper. And he kind of looks up and he goes, "Oh, not many people come around here, Sam, but yeah, welcome back. Can I get you something?"
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what do you have in stock right now, anyway?
Oh.
I'm kind of looking for a couple of in particular things that you may or may not have.
Oh, well, I've got a pretty decent stack of scrolls I've been peeling out of my book. And no one's really buying. I heard a rumor that a lot of the mages are making their way out of the city. Is that true?
Something like that. But you know me, I'm never going anywhere.
Oh, yeah,
Not
no.
till I take them down. Take them down hard.
If you leave the city, they'll be able to see you. He kind of like moves over to his book and opens it up, and inside there are pages that are kind of stacked into it, and he kind of just sets them out onto the table in front of you for you to inspect. If you pick up the said pages and start inspecting, you will note that the very first one is a pretty common spell, something you've seen out and about. It's Magic Missile. Pretty common, but definitely marketable. The next spell is one you haven't seen before. It actually it makes you your eyes kind of widen a little bit as you're trying to figure out like the specific nature of it, because it's not something you've seen. The spell in question is, from what you can tell, is called... Oh, it's definitely a higher level spell, but from what you understand, it's called Banefire. You assume it's a third level spell. Cast time is 1 action. Range is 120 feet. You draw up a mode of Banefire and send it hurling at a creature. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes 8d10 fire damage. If the spell is countered or the damage avoided, either by resistance or immunity, still roll the attack and damage. If the resulting attack would hit and the damage result is greater than 32, the spell cannot be countered and the damage cannot be avoided. Even
There's
by...
a custom scroll of yours, Gollister.
Oh, it's something I picked up from a strange fellow who passed through here. Strange fellow indeed. Said his name was Urs or something, like the planet. I don't know what he's talking about.
Did he have a hamster?
He didn't. Definitely had some weird clothes on, though. Well out of fashion. Yeah. I'll check the next one. It's pretty good. The next spell in question is... I had these written down, but I don't think I brought the right notebook home. So I apologize. I'm now going to ad hoc. Ad hoc detected. BS, BS, BS. The next spell in question is functionally a pretty interesting spell. Not exactly a common spell. It's a spell called Amanuensis. And basically, it's a first level conjuration spell that lets you copy a book, scroll, map, or tablet in a single minute instead of like taking time to do it. It can be cast as a ritual. I'll just go ahead and post that in your stuff. Let's see. Then he has Tensor's Floating Disk. He has Identify. He has Burning Hands. And he has Scorching Ray.
Interesting. Yeah.
Okay. And he says, since that one's untested, he will sell it at a discount. Normally he'd sell it for 300. Banefire. He'll sell it for 150. Amanuensis, 100. Everything else is first level, except for... No, yeah, everything else is first level, except for Scorching Ray, which is second level.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Huh. I kind of like the sound of that amanuensis thing. That sounds interesting. Might be useful in case I have to take something down in a hurry.
That's what most folks use it for. Other people, well, at least we think, a lot of the propaganda material that's spread out by the conglomerate in the West, they use that spell to make a bunch of documents, throw them out onto the folks.
Yeah, I might take that one and the Banesfire one since you're doing that one at discount. Interesting too.
Sounds good.
Yeah. You said that one was half price, right?
Yes, 150. Mm-hmm. That'll be 250 gold pieces. And as you're looking around Broxgar at his wares, it is mostly like scrolls and books, but you can see that kind of close to like the front counter that they're just kind of idling away from. There do appear to be 3 weapons kind of just laying out. One's a dagger. It looks like it's made out of blackened steel. Has a very dwarvish look to it. The other 2 weapons are a small hammer, which appears to be made of elvish craft, from what you can see, and a short sword, which looks like it's a human-made weapon, probably made by the Rostagar themselves, or some folks that are local.
I don't. I'm not rich by any means, and they sound interesting enough to check out. But
Okay.
you know,
The first thing you'll note is that the dagger I mentioned has a maker's mark on the pommel, and upon looking at it, you notice that it is the symbol of Durgan in the Black, also known as the patriarch of your clan, the Blaze Hatchets. The elvish hammer, looking at it, it does appear to be quite ornate and ceremonial. You're pretty sure that it'd probably fetch a good price to someone who was looking for a collector's piece, but the elves aren't very renowned in their ability to craft hammers, not like the dwarves. And you're pretty sure that this one might be sturdy enough to swing a couple of blows, but you're sure that its ancient nature might mean that it might break after a fashion. And then, last but not least, the short sword of human make has these very strange grooves, which you would know are fullers. But these fullers seem to be made in such a way that they have, like, you could put something through them. Almost as if, like, at the pommel, it looks like you could put, like, a liquid in it and it would drain down the blade. Or the inverse. Drain down, like a fuller's supposed to do, into the handle.
It's in like a glass display plate.
Nope.
Case.
It's just out on a table.
Alright, I'm gonna grab that dagger and look at it.
Okay. Yeah, you pick it up and look at it, and the old man doesn't even seem to notice that Sam and him are conducting their business, and Sam's pulling out the coin, getting ready to pay the man.
Steal it. What? No. I'll wait. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to interrupt Sam, and I'm not going to steal the thing. But I want to talk to this guy about the dagger, what he knows about it.
Eventually, he does see that you're kind of, peeping it, and he says, "Oh, Master Dwarf, are you interested in that?"
Yes, absolutely. It's actually a family heirloom. It happens to be in your possession.
Yeah, well, I came across it from a fellow of Sam's, one Peter, maybe a year or so ago. Did some raids in the nobles' houses down in Old Rostagar, and said he stole it from some fellow, some man, nobleman. Not even worth my time. But yeah, I haven't been able to sell it. Most people say it's worth a lot more than they're willing to pay for, but for me right now, it's just a paperweight. Sam's a good friend of mine. I suppose I could. I mean, is this a friend of yours, Sam?
What? Huh? Oh, him? Yeah. He's, met him the other day. Seems nice.
Is he an idealist or just a friend?
I mean, he's sympathetic.
Guess that's better than most folks up there. Hey, I'll sell it to you for 50 gold pieces if you've got it.
Done. Shake the man's hand.
And pour out the coin, and then just walk away like a kid with a candy treat.
Oh, I got it.
The,
Absolutely, man. That's cool.
the dagger is non-magical, but it provides a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not bad. Do me a favor and make me a research check.
No, 14.
Okay. You would know the one kind of key characteristic about it. It is made out of adamantine, though. So it is technically indestructible, and against creatures who have resistance that blocks against non-adamantine weapons, it would do well against them.
Heck yeah. Alright, and then right now.
Okay. Okay. Anything else from you, Matt?
Just ink.
Okay. Yeah, spell inks. How much do you need, he says? Real quick, Tim, make me a wisdom perception check. Go ahead, Matt. How much are you wanting to buy?
Just for one right now.
Okay, so 100 gold pieces worth?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he
Okay.
flips it. Okay. Alright, cutting for you guys as you're finishing your transactions. Valette, you are lost. You do not know where they went to, and you do not know where to go.
Mm-hmm.
You're just looking around 3 times in your kind of process to try and find them. You wind up back at the same guy's booth, Bill, and he's just kind of like looking at you like, what the fuck? Like he's very nervous now because of your not being, not knowing where to go.
Sorry, first time here. Friend brought me and pointed me in this direction, and now I don't know where he went. And I'm kind of lost. So is there a good place to go wait where I can wait for him to come pick me up?
Yeah, the fuck out of here.
Okay. Which direction's that?
He reaches underneath his booth, and you see him pull out a very large weapon. It appears to be a very decently thick stringed crossbow with instead of a bolt, more like a Coke can sitting there, and he says, "Go on, get out of here! Stop casing my booth."
Not trying to. Sorry, I'll just walk that way.
Okay, make another perception check.
Rolled a 19.
You very quickly now, with the stress of having a weird hand cannon pointed at you, manage to find your way back to the entrance.
Cool. And I wait there.
Okay. Sam and Broxcar, once you're done with yours, where do you head to?
I mean, I was going to head over to Bill's and see how he's going with buying the clothes.
Okay. Yeah, you head over there, and Bill sees you and goes, "Hey, Sam, how's it going?"
Hey, so a friend of mine came by here. He's
Friend of yours? I don't know nothing
Yeah.
about no friend of yours. And he kind of looks at you like, make an insight check.
Please let this go wrong. I want this to go. I take it insight,
Wisdom, sorry, yeah.
wisdom. Okay, yeah. Damn it, 17.
You know Bill is always trying to cloak and dagger it, Basically, a lot of the people here have very similar kind of mentalities towards you. That's why they joined the Idealists. He seems to be trying to make sure that you know that he's very keen on making sure any conversation he's ever had is kind of not disclosed.
Bill, look, I'm just asking about it because this guy's completely hopeless. He believes that, like, I'm sure that he believes that the world is actually, like, solid or something crazy like that. So, I mean, like, if you've seen him, he's, I think, small right now and kind of ugly.
Wait, hold on a second.
Hold
on a second. Hold on, whoa. Are you saying the world isn't? Holy
No, I'm not
shit.
saying that. I'm saying that this person believes that.
Wait, you're saying that it's not? And you realize that he may not be familiar with that specific theory, and he's kind of getting his mind blown right now?
Bill, I've told you this before in multiple conversations.
Now,
The world is hollow.
Bill's a pretty common name. Are you
Hollow.
sure you weren't talking to maybe like a
No, Bill, I
conglomerate
was standing
spy?
right
And he
here
pulls out his crossbow.
Bill, we were talking about this last week.
He sets the crossbow down.
Last week.
Yeah, you had to have been Sam to have asked that, to know that we were talking about that. All right. I was just joshing you. Your friend went back to the door. He couldn't afford what I was selling.
Gee.
She couldn't afford
Alright.
what I was selling.
No, I perfectly believe that Bill. Fine. I'll go and get him. Her, it, person.
Her.
Right.
Okay, you head over that way. And you arrive. You find Valette in elf form.
So how'd it go?
So the uniforms will talk about 10 gold apiece, and if we wanted grapplers to complement them, that would be 150 apiece. And I don't think we have that kind of money, or at least I don't. But if we pool all the resources, we might be able to afford maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. But yes, that's where we're at now.
I mean, I've only got like 30 gold or something like that on me.
Sorry, what did I miss?
So
Oh, you
Finally found us.
Yeah, you found Valette. Sam and you kind of walked over that way. Sam talked to Bill, and Bill was being a right dick with him too, just like he was with Valette, and finally got the answers out of him and headed over that way.
right, and right now I've only got about 30 gold. So I mean,
I mean,
I
that
don't
would be
know.
enough for like 3 of them, and I mean, I might be able to afford 1 myself, but if we needed 6, then we probably should get money from the rest of everyone else.
I don't know. Do you have much money on you, Broxy?
What are we paying for? The suit.
The yellow
Yeah,
cap
for the,
uniforms.
Yeah.
I'll give you a platinum. That'll cover mine at least, right?
Yeah. Okay. To kind of cut to the chase, you guys head back over there. It sounds like you're able to pay for 4 or 5, right?
I have 25 of them.
Just go ahead and notate, if you are personally purchasing one for yourself or another, notate the gold off your sheet and add yellow cap uniform X.
We're gonna go
number.
with the one for myself. I am a dwarf. Thank you.
Yep. They sell you a dwarf-sized one. And well, so just figure out who's buying it. I'm gonna cut back to actually I'm gonna cut to Gilbert because that's more fun actually. Yeah, so Gilbert, you are sitting in Archiv's house, just kind of, looking through. You went out and grabbed yourself, some documentation showing like possible rentals in the area, and then you head back to Archiv's house, and he arrives in the lobby where you're at and says, "You are leaving, correct?
Yes.
Your
Thank
compatriots,
you for your hospitality.
of course. I must be going, and I do want to lock up, so I didn't know you were returning. I do apologize. If you could make sure you clear out."
Well, I'm actually in the apartment hunting mode right now, and you don't happen to know any good apartments or own any.
I do not. Real estate is beneath me.
Yeah, yeah, it's beneath a lot of people. But all right, I'll head out then. Thank you.
Not a problem. And you do hear that he locks the lock behind you, deadbolt lock behind you when you exit. Okay. You
Tempting, but
you do have some spaces that you can kind of end up in. You can go to the Capitol building and trying to find a place to kind of research. You can actually just start walking around to the places that you already have some information about. There's, according to what you have, there's a couple of places that are in the Port District, which seem a little bit seedier but affordable. And then there are a couple of more expensive places that are on the border of Spellmoth and Old Rostigar, kind of toward the north side, that are a bit less affordable. The ones in the Port District or Port Borough are probably about 20 gold pieces a month for rental, and they do a month-to-month lease. And then the one up near Spellmoth is a year rental lease, and it's 100 gold pieces a month for 4-bedroom. The ones in Port area are 1-bedroom.
all right, great. I guess fantasy apartment shopping is better than real apartment shopping, though. So there's that. What about this area around that area? Are there any like small apartments in that area where I could find? That's this. What is that? That's not Spellmoth. That's the blue one. So it's Mistfall.
Not so much. There are a lot of properties, but there are not very many rental properties. It seems that it's a lot of purchased places. They seem to sell lots, which are basically like apartments, but instead of having someone around to collect income, they sell the whole building piecemeal.
Oh, interesting. Actually, I'd like to see if I could approach this in a slightly different manner. I was wondering if I could use if I have a contact from my past that I have enough of a relationship with that I could actually go there, crash, and use their address to get mail for as long.
Roll resources for me.
Is that insight, isn't it?
Yeah. Wisdom insight. Mm-hmm.
And it's proficient, probably.
Yeah, I'd like to think you're proficient in insight.
Yeah, I'm proficient in insight. Wisdom expert. I gotta find the right one. That's
Wisdom proficient.
Yep, I'll click on this. Did that work? It did.
Yeah.
It was an 11 for the people at home. So
You're pretty sure most people that you know are going to reflect on you basically like our child just did. You might be able to say one night or so, but they're not going to let you impose upon them that deeply.
What about ones that I might have like a more intimate relationship
No,
with?
you rolled really bad.
I rolled pretty badly, so darn it. See, kids, you need to roll good.
Yep.
All right, in that case, I'm gonna have to get one. I'll get that.
Okay.
Month. Is that one in the Port District, the month by month one? That's 20 gold pieces. I'll get that.
Yeah,
one.
it's about right there.
Oh, wait, I missed it.
You should.
I
I moved
assumed
you.
way.
Your token is
Oh,
where it's
sorry.
located.
Oh, okay. I'll go. Oh, okay. That's not bad. No, wait. My token is in the Old Rastigar.
Old Rostigar
Oh.
is the purple district.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
So,
moved.
but I mean, I thought it was in the Port District, which was like one of the yellow ones or the tan ones or something.
No,
I
the
was
Port
confused.
District is the orangey tan one. Yeah, that's where I moved your token. Did
Oh
everybody
yeah,
see?
this is Old Rastigar. Okay, I was confused for a minute there. Yeah, I was
Okay.
thinking that. All right, I'm confused. Sorry. So yeah, all right, I see where I'm. That'll work fine. I'll just
Okay.
not get shanked.
We'll discuss your rental, discussion with your new landlord here in a moment. I'm going to cut from you though and cut to a scene in the sewers. You stand there about maybe ankle-deep water, and are looking at the bars. They're
Yes.
still in place.
You're still in place.
That is
Okay.
correct.
If I peer down, do I see anything in the darkness?
Did you leave her body down there? Karloff's daughter?
I don't remember us taking it
Pretty
out.
Sure we left it there.
There,
Yeah.
there it sits.
Gruesome.
Okay, well that's kind of gruesome, but it's
It
actually
doesn't actually look like it's aged or rotted in any way.
Even more interesting.
yeah, it is interesting.
Based on what you saw from the quote-unquote zombies, or rather the marionettes in the dance hall, they're probably so filled with chemicals that they just can't anymore.
Got it. Okay, so this seems like kind of a dead end. So
Ah!
you can cut. Haha! You can cut to someone else in a moment. But maybe what I could do is make my way to the back of the house and see if I could use the grappler to get to the roof.
Okay.
Is there a way in on the roof?
So you'll pop back out. We're going to cut from you, cut back to Yen Lauren. Yen Lauren, they have all intents and purposes of putting you on a stretcher and throwing you in the back of an auto carriage.
Yep.
You let it happen?
I'm gonna make it as difficult as possible to draw as much attention to that spot and that scene. So
You ready for interesting? Make
Yeah.
me a strength performance check.
Strength performance.
You're trying to make it difficult, and it's all an act.
12.
They get you in the box in 5 minutes, bro. You are put in the back of the carriage. It basically is similar in kind to Ren's auto carriage, but instead of having kind of like a trunk and back seats, it's just a big, huge, like almost like a small room, really low ceiling, and they're putting the stretcher in and sliding you in, kind of bolting you down, and a couple of these very strangely dressed guards with white caps are the ones that are helping you in. One of them's kind
Okay.
of like trying to examine you. And
Right as they're about to close the doors or whatever to the carriage,
Uh-huh.
I would like to do that so I'm just back on the ground where I was before, still writhing in pain, and yell out, "Oh, my magic! It goes off without my warning!" I
Okay.
went Scottish there for a sec. I'm sorry.
They kind
It goes
of
off without my warning!
they're kind of running over
Fuck
to you,
warning.
and you hear one of them like kind of say into a communication device, "We're gonna need conglomerate agents down here ASAP. We've got a weird wild
shit.
mage."
Think that might have made things worse.
Okay. And then as soon as I hear, I would like to cast Prestidigitation
Uh-huh.
to make it seem like I just farted really, 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 really intensely,
Oh, okay.
and then go. I think it's best.
Test. Okay. We're not terribly familiar with the way of wizards. We'll ask that debrief. Are you good to go?
Oh, I'm fine. You can call them off. I think it was just some guess. Sorry about that.
We're gonna have to ask you to move along. And the captain of the group says, "And don't forget to try and get your license and maybe some help. You should probably head to the Magier's Tower if you get a chance."
Yes, I
They kind of
shall.
stand now near the carriage, which is kind of standing on one side of the street, the side closest to the house. It's almost as if they're now kind of just standing in the way of the front gate of the manor proper, waiting for everyone to kind of move aside, and they're watching everyone, making sure everyone moves away. What would you like to
Yeah,
do?
I'm gonna have to get out of here, Ren. I did as much as I could
No,
for
that's
as
good.
long as I
I'm-
could, man. Like, I didn't want the conglomerate showing up or we're
Yeah.
all
Okay. So you pop out of your access point that you went into, Ren, and you can see the distraction basically coming to its terminus. You see them kind of pushing people away, and it looks like there are a lot of guards now out in front of the house instead of no guards. What would you like to do?
So do I like to move around to the rear of the house if I could, if it wouldn't mean moving past any guards. I kind of
Sure.
imagine in my mind that I'm kind of already near the side of the house.
Yeah. Make a charisma, or no, not charisma, sorry. Just make a dexterity stealth check. Just a good old-fashioned stealth.
Yay. Oh shit, 14.
Okay. You hop over the lich wall, this stone wall around the house, and kind of hit the ground. But when you do and start to kind of bolt towards the back of the house, you kind of stumble, and you scan over to just see if the guard's watching you, and you see a guy say, "Hey, stop!" kind of pointing at you from a distance.
Could I use a skill trick?
Well, what's your skill trick?
Cautiousness.
Okay. Which
You are
allows you to
detected by normal sight
reroll.
or hearing by a creature that you're aware of while not engaged in combat. You can use a reaction to move a number of feet equal to half your movement speed and take the hide action.
Take the hide action. Make another stealth check.
23.
Because he kind of turns and before saying anything, kind of looks over in that direction. But you beat feet and very quickly get behind cover. Well played. And gain inspiration for using skill trick.
I have it already,
Nicely
so
done.
could I give it to somebody else?
Yeah, granted to whoever you like.
Yeah, I'll give it to you and Lauren.
Thank you.
You're behind the house, and you fire your grappler up to the top of the house and pull yourself up to the roof, right?
Yep.
Okay. Once on the roof, it is a vaulted roof, so it's, typical house style. Not too hard for you to get your footing on, but you very quickly understand that there's no manner of egress into the house, even from up here. Even alongside the house, the windows appear to be boarded up. The only windows that are not, to your knowledge, are the stained glass ones on the back of the house. Breaking those would certainly bring attention your way.
God damn it. So this is really a complete dead end.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get into.
Okay, so I would wait as long as it takes for the coast to be clear for me to exit back down the way I came and sneak away.
Okay. You keep watching for a little while. You see the guards kind of start moseying away, the contingent of 5, and also the auto carriage, which was going to take the strange individual away. They kind of scatter. People stop being present around the house, and it starts getting to a more sociable and normal trickle of people passing by, walking to and fro to where they were going. You could very easily get away from the house at this point.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, no problem.
I'm gonna sort of
and
post
then
back up again at the Archfield house and hopefully meet up with you and Lauren there.
we'll make me a wisdom perception check.
Sure. 23.
You're very, very quick to find Yen Lauren actually kind of moseying around the area. You probably didn't get too far away, to be honest, Zach.
Well, that, and I also have the bird tracking Andy, so
Yeah.
she would let me know when he's done trying to investigate the house, so I'm no longer, I'm walking back out in plain view, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're meeting back up together pretty...
And so you guys head back to the Archive house after your failure.
Yeah.
correct? Okay. The door's locked. Yeah.
So we would knock, right? I mean, he seems to be a
No.
host.
No response. You remember leaving Gilbert here too, but he doesn't seem to be present.
Do you want to take a stroll and wait, or do you want to break in? I don't think breaking in's a very good idea.
I'm pretty sure.
This-
Correctly.
Yeah, nah, I got no intention of doing that shit.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Cut from you guys. Cut to Gilbert. So yeah, this is a small little apartment here. Are you planning on working at the docks? Are you some kind of accountant or something?
Oh no, I'm just a general laborer.
Oh, yeah, a scrawny little thing like you. Oh, it must be a really nice fellow who hired you to keep you on. That's really great. It's good to see a lot of folks like you enter the city. Maybe you'll grow up big and strong. Well, I mean gnome-sized, but big and strong, and you'll be able to make it. But if you've got the coin, I'm willing to let you have the place for a month. It's 20 gold pieces.
I would say
You're about 7 stories up in the air. There are no windows in this room. and there are no
7
windows.
stories up in the air.
There are no windows on any point in this apartment that he's letting to you. You understand that there are a total of 5 columns and 5 rows in between, or 4 rows in between each of those 5 columns. And those rows are basically hallways that lead to the door. You enter in, you go into your box, which is basically a double box. There's a lot of them.
Do you guys have reliable mail service here? I
Yeah,
do like to write my parents.
very reliable. We pass it downstairs. And you remember seeing a couple of old fellows, an orc, a dwarf, and a Goliath, that were all sitting in chairs, just being old and drinking some sort of beverage. And it looks like they were watching some sort of strange device.
Could I insight his comment that it's reliable and see if he's bullshitting me?
Passive insight tells you he's on the level.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Then I would say, well, I don't have a lot of money because of my labor.
Do you have 20
job.
gold?
What if I had 18? Would that be enough?
No.
Damn.
Poor Gilbert.
All right, I'll just go without food. I'm pretty small here, but I think I might be able to do that for.
Well, if you got a job lined up, you should be fine. Most jobs out on the docks feed their workers.
Yeah, that's true. All right, here you go. I'd fish over 20 gold, but I'd try not to pull out my 60 gold
Sure.
piece bag of gold. I'd try to just discreetly reach in there and.
Make a dexterity stealth check.
Oh gosh, guys, this is gonna be fun.
Trying
One.
to hide stuff.
Dexterity stealth. So let's see. Hang on a sec. Stealth is usually dex, so we're good to go. All right. 13 or 12, but
You don't-
13.
You don't think you showed your gold purse too much. You hand
That's
over the
good.
20 gold and kind of try and make it look like the bag is empty, and you think you pull it off
Yeah.
pretty well and tuck it aside. And he says, thanks. And he pulls out a piece of paper out of his pocket, looks like a scroll, kind of sets it out onto the counter that you guys are nearby, and then pulls out a device which you recognize as a pen and says, I need your sign here, here, and initial here. If you very quickly look over the contract, it is a very base and just generic contract for rent, and basically says that any damages in excess of the cost of the place would be your responsibility.
Okay.
Sign.
Sign. Yep.
He takes the contract and says, I'll leave you to it. If you need any help moving furniture, there's a lot of folks here who are willing to take a couple extra coin to help out folks like yourself.
Okay. Thank you. And then I guess I would go in the room.
It has
and
2 pieces of furniture and a few devices. The devices are very similar in kind to what you saw in Sayre's house and what you've seen in most houses you've probably lived in your entire life. Basically, refrigerator, a cooler, and the water basin, and then lights are the devices that are present in your apartment. The furniture that is present in your apartment is a single chair, a cot, which is old and kind of fraying, and that's it.
Fit for a nobleman.
yeah, exactly. I was thinking. So, what does the water look like when you turn the tap on?
It looks pretty clean.
Does
It has
come
a
out brown
it has
or
a
anything?
it has a bit of a salty smell to it, but you would understand that the port water probably is desalinated in some way.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I guess I probably won't be having too many house parties at this place, but it's a place to get mail for sure and crash if necessary.
Sure.
And the fact that there's no windows is kind of nice for hiding, but
Okay. Do you
Yeah.
stay in the apartment for very long, or do you pop out immediately after kind of getting set up?
I'm going to not stay very long. I'm gonna
Okay.
basically pop back out.
As you're
log in.
popping out the hallway and you're locking up, you see that your next door neighbor is also leaving their apartment, and you kind of look over. It's a female, from what you can tell, and she appears to be kind of covered with hair on her face. And when you kind of look at her, you realize that she appears to be a hobgoblin. She kind of looks over at you. She goes, "Oh, hey, you're the new neighbor."
Okay, I gotta look something up really quick here
I
because
gotta say, this is fantastic. The girl next door.
It is fantastic.
oh man, I have to say this to people. the type of goblin I am, I have hatred against.
No.
I mean, the type of gnome I am, I have hatred against goblins. So, my inner thought would be like, oh crap. But I'm gonna be like,
There goes the property taxes in town.
exactly. There goes the neighborhood. That's what my character would think. So he'd probably be like, hi, and then just basically leave, and ignore the person.
Okay.
I'm a
She
bad person.
kind of, oh, all right. Well, I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. And then she leaves the house. She leaves in a different direction. Okay. Cut from you back to the cool kids at the marketplace. You guys are at the entryway. You have purchased the number of uniforms that you wanted. You have that. If there's anything else you wanted to do at the marketplace, have at it.
I mean, I got what I came here for, so
Okay.
unless these two want anything.
No, I'm good.
Valette, make me a wisdom perception check. One last one.
You can do it.
That
Yep.
is a
As you're kind of breaching and heading towards the exit, kind of making your way, there's like a throng of people who are kind of moving into the areas. And you kind of look, and I'd say maybe 50 to 70 or so feet to the side. You're kind of looking just idly off in that direction. And you see a familiar face kind of move into the crowd. Very familiar face to you.
Is it
Brazig. It is Brazig.
What?
And we were about to leave, right?
Yep.
That was the plan.
Guys, well, if you want to come with, sure, if quiet and stealthy, but something came up and I gotta go.
Wait, what?
You know the guy that we're talking about the other day that might be after the shipment that may or may not have been delivered to a certain location? He just showed up here, and I think it might be a good idea to see where he's going.
All right.
I just realized I told Winston go to Ren's place.
Yeah.
That was in character, by the way.
You know who you didn't see standing outside the next day? Okay,
Wait,
Valette.
we'll follow your friend though.
Do you guys follow Valette?
Yeah.
Okay. Broxgar and Sam kind of tail on behind you as you chase into the crowd. You did lose him, though. You just saw him for a moment, and you start kind of searching around looking. All three of you can make a either wisdom investigation or wisdom perception check.
And if I potentially am considering using inspiration, do I have to call that before I roll?
No, it's after.
Okay.
And you take the result that was higher.
I got a
Yeah.
19.
I got a 20.
21.
Okay. You guys very quickly tail Brazig and find him. He does appear to be kind of moving with intent. Doesn't seem to notice you guys. And he seems to be heading towards the back area. Sam, you would know that the back area is actually where the idealist heads will kind of stay, the ones who are actually running the show here. The market, basically the market brokers, the ones who are the ones in charge. He seems to be heading in that direction. Do you tail him or do you engage him?
I think we should. Well, I was going to just tail him. I don't know about.
Last time I tailed, I felt like I should have engaged. We'll flip flop and go to engage this time.
Okay. You guys,
Unless they stop me, but otherwise I'm moving up too.
Broxcar?
Stand back, keep an eye on
Okay.
Valette.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to just stand back and keep an eye, and also casting that spell again, if I can get within 30 feet of
Okay.
Brazig.
Gotcha. I'll let you know. Here, hold on. Okay. He
Oh.
stops and turns and looks over his shoulder, Valette, and looks at you. And then he kind of like looks like he's going to look back, but then he stops, looks back over his shoulder, whispers something to himself, moving his mouth, just kind of speaking, and then kind of turns and looks at you. As he does so, you see that he's wearing the amulet you saw him wearing before, and it's still locked in the same color that you last saw it. Orangey red.
So it's orange still?
Yeah.
Okay. I approach and say, hello, can I, where you going, sir? Can I help you with, something?
You never told me about this place, Valette. And he starts stepping forward.
Yeah, John, also, as this is going on, I'm going to cast a spell on my...
Okay. The second you cast the spell, a lot of people nearby start kind of moving away from you guys. He looks over to Sam and says, "A renegade? You're walking with a renegade?" And he starts moving closer.
Well,
Dare you?
Wait, give me 1 second to organize thoughts. Well, that's, I guess, what happens when you tell me to follow the orders of someone who, I guess, doesn't really care about the things that were built and establishments that were made. And, well, I am trying my best to
He
figure out the mess that we are in.
He grins, and as he does so, you see his face kind of twist into like a very evil-looking smile, and he says, "Oh, no, you don't understand. You don't even get it. You're not talking to who you think you're talking to. You're talking to the Magier." And you hear, as he says that last portion, this secondary voice kind of emanating out of his throat, as if two people were using the same throat to speak.
Okay.
And then he grins.
I yell out, conglomerate spy right here. For everyone to hear.
Everyone turns their attention towards the center. You see the main office start
And
opening, and he says, "Great, bring them to me." And he waves his hand to the side, and a wall of fire erupts around him. Roll initiative.
Oh shit! I wish I was there.
Are you sure you wish you were there?
Is just Valette at this
just-
point?
Could get bad.
I cannot actually select my token right now.
Oh, okay.
It's
Really?
kind of hard to roll initiative.
Really?
Yeah, it's the way Roll20's set up.
Oh.
Man, I wish I'd set my,
Try now.
actually like turned my armor on earlier.
Try now. Are you good?
Yep, I'm good. I rolled shitty, but I'm good.
Oh, are you trying to stack your armor and your mage armor? Is that what you're trying to do?
No.
Okay.
I was just trying to save a spell slot in case I,
We'll just say that you activated your armor instead. That's fine.
Oh, okay, that works.
Yeah. So you would see that Broxgar, he kind of like starts touching his chest for a couple of seconds as you guys are leading up, taking some time to get there. It takes them about a minute. The conversation lasted about that long. And eventually, like, you can see that parts of his weird kind of armor and jerkin start kind of sparking with energy. Very similar in kind to kind of like a force field that's about him. Okay. He casts Wall of Fire to start.
Yay!
Sam, make a Arcana check with Intelligence Arcana.
Yep. 12. I'm not paying attention to that right now.
Okay. You're definitely sure that the spell he just cast is outside your own ability.
Yeah.
Well, outside of it. Alright, 87. If you want to engage him, at this point you need to rush through that fire. You can still see him beyond it.
I'm going to ready a javelin, since I probably didn't have my sword or shield out yet. I'm gonna ready a javelin and chuck it at him.
Okay. Make the attack roll.
That is a 11 to hit.
It flies into the flame. The fire kind of causes it to singe and warp, and it doesn't fly as straight as you intended.
I will back up a little bit. Well, no, I stay probably within 10 feet of the fire. What do you...
Okay. Okay. Broxgar?
People have pretty much started to clear out because of the fire, right? I could take a clear shot with that.
There's a pretty open space, yeah. There's a pretty open space around him, but there's still like quite a lot of folk in booths and such nearby who are still trying to kind of move themselves away from it. You're pretty sure that at the end of this initiative round, they'll probably get far enough away that it'll be clear from
Alright,
Crossfire.
I'll use the booming voice to yell, "Get out of here!
Okay.
Clear the area!" And then
Oh, nice.
I'll hold my action. What is it? Holding your action until the end of the round?
Ready in action to fire once the group is clear.
Ready in action. Fire. Crowd's clear.
Okay. On 10, you see the operative Sam on the other side kind of looking to everyone and kind of quickly assessing the situation. He steps away from you guys, and you can see that his wall of fire kind of opens for him on one end opposite you, and he walks out of it. He looks like he's still moving towards his intended targets.
Right.
Sam, you're up.
Caution to the wind. I'm going to Scorching Ray.
Okay. Make the attacks.
Right.
14 hits. The second it does, though,
Sorry, that,
you just...
I forgot to add my thing to that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, go ahead.
You can click the spell multiple times for each of the rays.
Yeah, sorry, that was...
It's okay. The 14 hits, but just as it's about to contact, he kind of just throws his hand up over his shoulder, like David Copperfield, and like this bluish color just appears behind him and blocks the ray. As that kind of settles and kind of moves to kind of direct it, block that, you kind of whiz down and shoot again, and it hits him right in the hip. Roll damage for that crit. Okay, and it looks like it wounds him heinously. In fact, he looks like he's vulnerable to fire.
Okay, also that 19 would be 26 total.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah, that'll hit as well. Go ahead and
And
click
then I'll
the
just use the other score.
first damage, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
5.
Yeah, it barely gets in there. So there's like a you hit on like just the edge of his hip and then right in the lower back. Definitely some lumbago issues there, just some back problems. Okay. Do you advance at all? It doesn't look like there's a direct path to him, and the way he set up the ring of fire that he emanated in the center, basically there are booths on each of the edges, so you'd have to kind of go the wide way around to get to him.
I kind of just want to move in a way so that he will hopefully still be in range for me if I need to
Okay.
fire again.
I'm going to go ahead and make a couple of concentration checks to maintain my concentration on the wall of fire, though.
Yep.
So 17 halved is still less than 10. Okay. Yeah, flying colors. Okay. On top of the initiative, you can definitely see that people have kind of moved away, opened up. There's now a clearer line of shot. Broxgar, if you want to take your reaction, you can. He's now somewhere around 50 feet away from you, so you're still within range. 16, he's got the shield up, so it kind of hits against that. Looks like it would have hit if he didn't have that cast. Alright, 87.
Alright, so I will... Does it, if I were to try and circle around the fire as best I can to not go through it, how much movement, like how many feet would that be?
So it is about, I'd say the ring's diameter is only about 10 or so feet. But the way it's positioned, it has a lot of booths near it. I would say probably about 90 feet to get around it, and then another 30 feet to catch up to him. So 120 is the effective distance that he's away from you.
All right. I'll dash to move 60
Okay.
and get as close as possible. And I guess as a while I'm dashing, I'll draw my sword.
Okay, judgment. All right. Broxgar. Still got a pretty good line on him.
Is he more than 50 feet?
No, he's probably about 50 feet exactly away from you. Shooting the cannon.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot the cannon. Can I also use a grip point? Probably not, right? Since it's a
Yeah, it's not a
device.
Yeah, it's a device. Are you going to? What are you loading the cannon with?
A rock.
Okay. Not too many present here.
I'm gonna put one of my smoke bombs in.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you just put it in. You're pretty sure that it won't, because the way the cannon's going to fire it, the smoke bomb's not going to smoke bomb at the end. It's just going to be broken.
Gotcha.
So yeah, take the or click the thing, and I got to make a deck save, right?
Where is the thing? I had it in here.
I don't know.
Man.
Should be under items, devices.
Yeah, I rolled it.
Okay.
The DC 13 deck save.
Let's see what we got. Surprisingly solid shot. The cannon fires off the smoke bomb. You watch as it basically hits him on the side and continues spiraling out of control, broken, and leaving a good chunk of it like in or about him. Once he gets hit by that shot, he kind of stumbles forward after taking that scorching ray, and then that cannon, and stops. Kind of turns over his shoulder and looks your general direction. On his initiative, he will.
Concentration check.
Oh yes, thank you. And in the spirit of bad rolls, he will drop the wall of fire. It
Nice.
gone. But in retort, he kind of turns and looks at your general direction, sees that the two of you are annoying, and will cast a spell at a higher level. Both of you make a wisdom saving throw, please.
It's a good thing you fucked off, huh, Tim?
16.
DC is 18.
You're a bastard.
The two of you stop dead in your tracks and are held. The second he locks you in place, he turns back, not even noticing that Vlet's not in the grouping, and starts walking continually in his direction. At this point, too, the three of you, even though you're in your held stations, can see that there's a group of people kind of exiting the offices he's heading towards. And it looks like several of them have lances. Very strange weapon to have. And there's appears to be one that seems to be kind of more notable than the others. He's wearing a white mask, but it doesn't have the orange like goggles. It appears to be more ornate. They will step out, and we'll be getting on the initiative count here after this. Samuel, you are held. At the end of your turn, you are granted a wisdom saving throw to attempt to remove the effect, and you do.
21.
You basically kind of like, nope, no, and snap out of it. You do not get your turn, though. It happens at the end. We'll move on to the next one. 87. You are about 90 feet away from him at this point.
Okay. I'll dash towards him.
You are now about 30 feet, and in the main kind of passageway that they're firing downrange at each other from. He doesn't seem to notice that you've entered into the scene. Okay.
Okay.
Broxgar, wisdom saving throw at the end of your turn, please.
14.
You're still held unless someone wants to spend their inspiration on you.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I will.
All right. You are not held because teamwork.
That's
makes-
at the end of my
Yeah,
turn, right?
Correct. During your next turn, you'll be able to operate though. Yeah. All right. On 10, you see Vrazig kind of raise his hands up and start moving his fingers around, and then he kind of points his hand straight down at the group that's arose to meet him, and you watch as a very powerful-looking fireball detonates in their midst. Hold on a second. I said he was within 30 feet. Alright. Hold on a second. Sorry, hold on. You know how much I love fighting myself.
It's great.
It's the best.
I love to watch it.
Okay. He does not succeed in his counterspell attempt. The Idealist Mage. And you watch as the fireball does detonate. The folks with the lances are dead. A couple of the other people who look like they were pretty big wigs to you, Sam, are also dead, but the mage seems to hold his footing. Immediately after the fireball detonates and kills all of the other people, though, Vrazig speaks. Detainment is not an option for you. You can surrender and it'll be quicker. So,
So I've got a question.
you have advantage
How
on him. He's
far
not paying
am I away
attention to you. 60 feet.
No, Joe from Rocks.
It's 5 feet. Like in between the two of you, so 10 feet away.
You know, I feel slightly compelled to possibly see what the heck my dagger does thing.
Okay, so Selena, you're tapping Broxgar's Fury? Is that what's happening?
Yep.
Okay,
Let's do it.
bear with me here for a second.
I'm hoping this is a
You
good-
both make melee attacks against each other.
I don't think so.
That would be the worst. Amazing.
Okay.
Feel compelled to go out and buy tea.
Okay. You watch as Broxgar's weapon changes into a more like rifle-like feature, and the axe handle or axe head actually turns, and the blade kind of strangely blunts itself to become why is my brain not working?
Stock.
The stock, thank you, of the rifle. And you kind of watch Selena kind of burn, and it looks like the handle is actually writhing in your hands, like it's gained animation, and it's kind of moving about. And fire leaps from your weapon into Broxgar's rifle. You, Broxgar, need to make me a range attack with Fury. So there should be a characteristic in your block that says range attack with Fury. Let me know what you got.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
One sec.
That hits. So you need to roll damage with Fury. So just click it should do it. And then you need to roll a d10 and add your spellcaster modifier, Matt.
10 and add spellcaster. So that's 7. Alright, sorry. 13.
13. Okay. And so basically what happens is he fires this gout of flame straight at him, and it hits. And as it's kind of streaming from it, this being the first time you've activated, what you realize is that it wasn't just fire that was emanated from the cannon. And if you had focused on it longer and paid attention, you probably could have shifted the type if you wanted.
Well, fire works for right now.
Yep, it's called Versatile Shot is the name of the technique. And I'll get you the write-up here after the session, of course, as always. But yeah, that said, it does hit Vrazig. It does quite a bit of damage, and he kind of stops and looks back over his shoulder. In that moment of weakness, you see the spellcaster in the group kind of look at him and get annoyed. He holds something in
Use
his...
fire!
He holds something in his hand and kind of raises it up and like yells something in Draconic, you think, and this hand of earth kind of rises up out of the ground and grabs Vrazig, who...
Oh, I know exactly what he's doing. Because A, I speak Draconic, and B, I have the same spell.
Earthen Grasp, yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
cool. But it rises up and tries to grapple Razig and succeeds, and he takes some damage. Yep. Okay. But yeah, he is now restrained. For you to get on him. All right, 87. You're 30 feet away. You're not too far off.
Woo! Shoot.
You're basically middle ground. It's 30 feet away from you because you had to go the long way around the fire, and the fire's gone.
Yeah.
But basically, 30 feet away from you is Samuel and Brock Scar. And then 30 feet towards the office is Razig, and then 30 away from him is the Idealist Mage.
The only thing is that, like, if it was actually Vrazig in his full mind, I would have wanted to try to talk to him, but since Kurgosler started talking through him, it's like, I'm not going to get anywhere because I don't trust Kurgosler. So I move up and I attack with Judgment.
Alright. As you get within 10 feet of him, you feel this very strange sensation come over you. You have advantage on all your attack rolls, and you maximize your damage rolls with melee weapons.
What?
Roll
Cool.
a 20, Tim.
You feel
Roll a
the
20.
arcane nature of your artifice body become swollen with magic energy as you approach. It appears that orange doesn't do what green does.
I want that thing for me.
Make your attack.
Roll. So
17
that's
hits.
7. All right.
But there's nothing stopping him from taking a reaction, and he will block it with a shield.
All right. If that's the case, I was planning on this anyway. I'm going to. I don't know how to get.
Sorry.
I'm gonna action surge.
Oh,
Trying to get it to
okay.
pop up, though.
I got you. I
There
know
we
what it does. Yeah, bring it. Action
And
surge.
I shall bring the pain again. 22.
So basically what happens is he's in the earthen grasp, and you can see like there's a pretty decent weak point on his shoulder. You swing for it, and he kind of does the same thing he did before, raises his hand up over, the blue shield emanates and blocks. You kind of get, knocked back for a second, but then kind of bring the blade down and around and come in like in between two of the earthen fingers and kind of lance into his back. As you cut into him, your damage is actually maximized, so you would be dealing, looks like 2 more damage on that. So 14 damage. He seems to be bloodied at this point.
Nice.
Okay. That was 87. Broxgar, you're up. And you can obviously do touchy touch back if you haven't used it today, so you can use the dual technique ability
Yes.
as well. All right. He goes,
Nice.
cool, and reaches over and touches yours. Your axe alters again to become a long-barreled rifle. And as Samuel's kind of looking at the dagger and it's glowing, it leaves his hand and moves into your rifle. Make a ranged weapon attack with Fury.
Well, that's different.
The 22.
Hit. It deals damage as if you landed a critical hit with Fury. So go ahead and click the damage. It should do it automatically on this because you actually did roll a critical hit. Perfect. So 21. And an additional 12 piercing damage. 21. So 33 points of damage. Alright. On a miss, the target takes damage as if you had made a normal hit with Fury as a ranged weapon. Selena returns to Samuel's hand at the end of the action. Alright.
I
You,
like these
Sweet.
things.
you fire the dagger across the field, it slams into him. Ah! And then it just kind of
Let's
goes,
do that.
continues going through him. Then you see it snap back into Samuel's hand. Alright. Confused by this strange arcana, he sees what happens here and is a bit perturbed. He mutters something. You're the only one close enough to hear him, Bullet. He says, require assistance. Seemingly speaking to the thing around his neck. As he does so, you see it start to bubble a bit, but you don't see any change at this point. And he will cast a spell to try and get you away from him. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. And I rolled a 19.
Success. You'll take half damage and you'll not be pushed.
Haha.
You're taking 15 points of thunder damage, that's halved, and you are not pushed.
So 8.
No, you're taking 15, that's the halving.
Oh, okay, cool.
30 was the damage. He rolled that was a 5th level thunder wave. Yeah.
Darn.
He was trying to kill you.
Yes, he was.
Alright,
He almost did.
Sam, it's your up on a... That's you, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he just threw 3 scorching rays out.
Did he?
Pretty much, I'm sure all of them missed unless
No,
that
yeah.
first one.
His AC is a 14, but he just cast... No, he didn't cast shield. That'll hit. Yeah, give me the damage.
Ooh, okay, that one hits.
Alright.
9.
As he's kind of turned his head about, but he's still kind of held facing the other way, Tim, a bolt of fire kind of lances over your shoulder and slams into Verzeeg's, where the shield was present earlier, and tears through his flesh and his normal garments. And you see blood start to come out of him, but it seems to be this strange, darker crimson liquid, and he spits out, like in pain, all over your face. And the liquid that's present on your face just has... It doesn't have the same kind of... It's thicker. It's not as liquidy as blood should be.
Huh.
Very strange indeed. But he does look like he's on his last legs. And on initiative, the cool guy over there, he casts a spell, and you watch 3 more scorching rays fly across the field towards Verzeeg. Hit. And basically just obliterates the front and side of him. And the earth and grass kind of just falls into the ground as he dies, or becomes broken and apart. But laying dead on the ground.
I instantly go to recover the amulet from him first, and then from there, anything else I can.
Okay. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Yay!
I would like to go and check on the guy that was being attacked, who I think I know who.
I got a 9!
As you reach
That's
down
not-
for it, you watch it turn purple in coloration all across it, like monochrome, just solid purple color, and vanish.
Huh. Interesting. Darn. I
Alright.
wish I passed that.
Do you? Okay.
Yes.
The corpse of Verzeeg lays there,
Grab it and you disappear with it.
burned apart, and
Yeah, it was so interesting.
the mage is walking over in that direction, kind of looking at you guys warily, but he kind of sees Sam and kind of knows him from around these parts, and then kind of just moseys on over to your group.
Yeah, I would have been
sh-
like rushing over to check on to make sure he's doing fine.
Okay.
And I sheath judgment.
Yeah. Basically, what you're seeing is that you've got a dead body here, and the liquid that's seeping out of it isn't. It's more like molasses draining out onto, or syrup draining out onto the floor than blood.
Mm-hmm. Does he have any other kind of personal effects on him, or basically clothes and now gooey maple blood?
He had a spell components pouch which he was utilizing, but it doesn't look like he had a spell book or anything. Just normal clothes.
Alright. Yeah, I take his spell components pouch.
I was going to ask what was in the spell components pouch, but okay.
Spell components.
Yeah.
Anything. There's nothing expensive. No spell components worth anything.
Yeah.
The mage kind of looks to you guys and says, "Did you bring him in here?"
No, this guy recognized him, and then I read his, and and kill.
Do you mean this lady? Why'd you call her a guy? And he kind of
Right,
looks over.
her. Sorry, I'm bad with pronouns.
He kind of shakes his head and looks at Valette again. You see him blink his eyes because he's still wearing that ornate white mask, and the eye color changes to blue. And he says,
Yeah.
"You are aware your friend is an Undaunted, right?"
Well, yeah, that's why I, sort of like cast the aura on him. For the
Yeah,
time
I
being,
see your
so,
spell. I understand that, but even with that, that's probably just a rose suspicion. He shakes his head. Unacceptable. Good men died today because of you, he says to Valette.
The way I see it is that you're still alive because of us. But anyway,
He looks at you and he says, "Yeah, I guess you could see it that way. That's fine. But what I'm telling you is if you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't be almost dead. And those people back
I highly
there
doubt that.
wouldn't be dead."
I think they're onto this place from the get-go because the conversation I had overheard had to deal with possibly some shipment that got delivered to, I point back to Sam, that guy over there, and I think they were onto this place anyway, and well, he was coming here and we just happened to run into him as we were leaving.
Sure. He looks over at Sam. You do a lot of reckless stuff. Are these your friends?
I call them my business associates for the time being.
Yeah, the one with the gun, the strange gun. I don't know what dwarven magic that is, but it's definitely outside of what we know. Interesting stuff. But
Still magic.
I guess. I'm not against magic. What I'm saying is you bring a lot of strange things in here, and some problems arose. I'm not saying that I don't believe, the Undaunted over here, who apparently has markings on her that identify her as conglomerate. Just kind of looking at you like you're...
I would like to say, at this moment, Sam just turns with this dark expression on his face towards Valette. It's like, oh.
I take out
Does she?
I take out my white mask and just spin it. Yeah, I figured you might freak out, so I didn't bother mentioning it. Since I'm not on the best terms with the current regime.
Yeah, that's fine. We have a lot of friends who are members of the conglomerate, but here's the thing. Typically, we're made aware of them before they enter into our house. Sam. I've got some things I need to handle now that the power structure in this place has changed a bit, and a lot of people need an explanation as to what just happened. What I'm going to say here is it's going to be very simple for you to understand. Very simple.
Obviously, the conglomerate attack. They're your enemies, you fool. They're our enemies as well.
We have to relocate this entire establishment. I don't think you understand how things work in this city. Yes, they're our enemy. This is not our stronghold. This is where we hide. Anyway, before I was so rudely interrupted by the dwarf, I was going to tell you, Sam, to get the fuck out of here and take your friends with you. When we get the marketplace set back up, at that point I will have a discussion with you and decide whether or not you can ever enter the dark market again. Do you understand?
Mostly. I just want to clarify, I did not know about the thing with the...
I understand. I'm taking that into account. Obviously, you're not going to be able to enter the dark market in the near future. We got to migrate. But
Right.
I will keep that in mind. He kind of walks over to Valette. You're really old. You do know that, right?
And I sort of drop the pretense because it's just whatever at this point. I say, yeah, I do.
Okay. So,
What problems does that cause?
older manufacturing isn't exactly hard to notice, especially someone like him. And he looks down to Verzi. Did you work for him when you were Conglomerate? Were you Conglomerate? You said you were in the past regime. Was his regime?
Yes, I was one of his closer enforcers.
Okay, well, I'm glad you took the blade to him, because you do realize he isn't who he was, right?
Yes, he is a puppet of the new regime.
But do you understand what that means?
That they are breaking their own rules.
Yeah, they sure the fuck are. They're basically corrupting the vitae of the near or the recently dead, or in some cases the very ancient dead, to bring them back and use them as their own witch hunters.
Oh wow, guys, you hear that? The conglomerate's corrupt. This guy's a
Well,
genius.
They
I did
weren't.
mention that the
but-
other day with the undead thing.
I want to stress, like, this isn't a theory. This isn't something that we assume is the case. You can see the proof of it there. It's something people whisper about. The dark, historical figures that have been entering into the city and causing people strife. I mean, you probably heard tales of the one with the chain arm, right?
We have run into Biken, yes.
Yeah, do you know her history? Do you know where she's from? Do you even know what that claw means?
I don't, correct?
Do you add character? No.
No. No, we don't answer all those questions right now, please. I'm sorry for what
I don't think I know out of character either, but
It seems,
No,
idea if I
I
know
do
that,
not
though.
know
I
the
think it's-
significance of it all.
it would seem that the current regime, or possibly the old regime, was collecting corpses of great heroes from other lands. They moved across the provinces, finding heroes, or finding villains that had been long since dead, and restoring them to this malady of life, and using them to find people like us. Brazik died. It was reported on all of every single street corner. He was dead. But there he lies, dead again. And I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the amulet he had about his neck. I don't know what it does. But it, like you, is very old magic.
It seems the color of the fluid within changes the effect that it puts out. We know what green does. I have an idea of what orange might do as well. And I've seen red, but know not what it does. And now purple seems to return it possibly to its master.
I had no idea that they had specific abilities based on the color of it, or that it could change. I just know that Orvo is the green liquid that's basically corrupted and pulled from unborn souls and used to create these ancient and dark magics. If you're saying that they're inlaid with other abilities, I assume that's the case. It apparently had some sort of recall spell that drew it away from here. I've already used too much magic today. I probably can't even begin to We have to move. Like I said, Sam, you gotta get the fuck out of here. And take your friends with you. Especially this one. And keep putting what you're putting on its head. On its head.
Right.
Sorry.
Will do.
Do you prefer... He kind of looks over at Valette. Do you prefer she... I know that the Undaunted are born with genders.
I
But-
was born as a female.
Very good. I apologize.
It is completely understand. I change how my appearance regularly.
Very good.
Can get confusing.
Sam, you know the normal methods for drops.
Right.
If you need to get me any messages, direct them to me. He kind of turns and starts heading away from you, but clear the fuck out of here.
This is post boat trip, right?
This post what?
Last month trip.
Oh, this is who?
I'm trying to figure out what the name of this guy is. Just to make
Oh,
sure.
I'm gonna whisper it to you on the side, but he hasn't said it.
Right.
Yeah.
I knew he hadn't said it. I just wanted to make.
No, it's not that. No, it's not the leader.
Gotcha.
It's not the big boss. This guy just runs the dark market. Yeah.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Anything you guys want to add? Interject?
So after all the chaos has happened, are there any like spell scrolls that are just happened lying about that no one's paying attention to?
It looks like most of the crowd is restoring itself back into the area after the death of Razig. The body is just left there. Do you guys want to do anything with it or no?
You didn't have any spell scrolls on him?
No.
It's not worth it.
Okay. If you have nothing better to do here, then you guys will be exiting. And I'm going to cut from you guys back to Ren and Yen Lauren. The two of you, have knocked at the door. It is locked. And you were kind of trying to discuss what you were going to do next. You know that the three headed towards the Cock and Thrush Inn. That's all you know. And you know that Gilbert was in the house before you left him off. What would you like to do?
Ren would suggest to Ian Lauren that they go to the Cock and Thrush and try to find the others.
I have a different idea because their plan was just to go there and get costumes
Yep,
and
that's
come
right.
back, right? I don't want to like fucking miss them in transit. Like we're riding a trolley up and they're riding a trolley back, and we just fucking play chicken for an hour. Like
Yeah.
I don't want to play that stupid bullshit game.
But it was what I was trying to do to you.
Yep.
Okay, go for it.
Yen Lauren's a little bit smarter than that, John.
I'm just trying to make sure people have common sense. Yeah, that's
Go
good.
for it.
So sorry. My thought, if you want me to do this in character, I say we put little sign on door saying we go to tavern and we get meal, we get to drink, we relax, we wait for others to bring costumes, and then we formulate plan to target new house.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Very clever.
All right, Gilbert. After you get your apartment and we're leaving, where do you head after?
I have to somehow
Also, wait, before we cut away, I do want to send Snowflake up in the air to go search. Like, she's just, like, circling the district kind of area,
Keeping an
looking
eye out.
for, any of them. If she sees them, she comes, tells me where they are, and we head that way.
Perfect. Back to Gilbert.
All right. I have to get word to. I gotta look up his name now. The guy, I think it was Dougal Brandt, that was making the paperwork for me, and he would need to know my address so that I could be sent to the proper
Yep. You
apartment address.
you know that House Brandt is kind of like a pretty nearby tower that's kind of bordering. Actually, it's a little further in to Old Rostigar. There's no trolley that leads to it, so it's a bit of a walk. But a lot's going on with the other people, so I'm certain you can get there. Basically, the tower in question, when I say tower, I mean more like a skyscraper, right? But at the top of it, there is an old-style house of stone and brick that's built on the top of it. So if you were looking at this 7-story building, it looks like just a square block of steel and windows. But at the very top, it's just a house built on top. You're allowed access. Everybody kind of says, yeah, sure, Brandt, perfect. You're, of course, Gilbert, and they send you on up. You take a lift up to top there and exit out into the open-aired area out in front of the house. And you do see that there are a couple of the house guards that are present at House Brandt, kind of looking at you as you approach. From this vantage point, you also see something else that's very interesting. The building next to you, which is maybe a couple stories lower, also has a house built on top of it, and grass and whatnot kind of put into it as well. And there are a couple of these other houses that are built up on high towers that appear to have noble flags kind of flailing from them. A total of 3 that seem to kind of form a triangle, all kind of facing in towards themselves.
What houses are they?
Certainly. If you would like, go ahead and make a history check for me, please.
This may not be good, but we'll see. History check. Alright, I knew I should have trained in history. Oh, that's not good. I rolled a 7 for the people at home.
Okay. You know House Brandt.
Yeah.
The other one's not so much. But I'll tell you what the iconography looks like, so you have an idea of what you're looking out for.
I have an idea to figure out what they are. I could just ask anybody in that tower what the
Sure.
other 2 towers are. They'd probably tell me, right?
Yeah, but you'd have to go down to those and go to that. But anyways, to tell you what they are, just so you have them in your memory, a red field with a solid black bear. The bear has white, like writing straps on its face. And apologies. A yellow field with a rampant lion. Okay. You approach the guards. They look to you. They say, "My lord, how can we assist you?"
Oh, just real quick before, like, out of character, before we go to this, I've seen that red field solid black bear. That was one of the people that was hanging out with Kurgazlord, wasn't it? Or is that one of the, either that or maybe it was a vassal house to somebody. I can't remember now. I have to look through my notes. Anyways,
You
Is
are
that the same one that
correct.
we
It
saw
was
before?
actually one of the people who had one of the guards that were talking in Guard Talk Town with, I believe it was.
oh.
Who was your guard? It was Broxgar, right?
Was it Ren?
Or was it Ren?
Is this in the courthouse?
No, when they went to the capital, they had Gilbert had someone who was tagging along with him, and that person
Right,
instead of go ahead.
That was Sarah, I'm pretty
Oh
sure.
yeah, she did. So yeah,
She did. Yeah.
you would have recognized
Yeah,
the banners, but you wouldn't know the guard talk. That whole arc is gone.
Yeah, no, I actually have notes on that. I started looking at my old notes, but I don't know that.
Yeah.
Right, but you do as a person, not your
You
character.
you
right?
can't cross.
Right.
But
Yeah, you can't cross.
Can't-
anyway,
Cross them.
All right. Anyways, so yeah, I think they kind of look familiar, but I don't know what they are yet.
Yep. Okay. And the guards, say that you're allowed access to the house, but they also tell you that the Lord is not in. The Lord's services are currently being utilized by the king himself.
Oh, okay. I would ask that they give him a message, and then
Sure.
I would ask for a piece of paper and a pen, and I'd write down what my address was
They-
and just put
yeah.
my name on it.
They lead you into the foyer. There is a,
Yeah.
parchment and quill present, very old style. The interior of the house, when you enter into it, is just very ornate, but it's also kind of drab to you. Whereas gnome styles can be kind of more flamboyant or bright and detailed. This is, it's almost deco. It's very just kind of static solo colors, but still it has kind of a impressive feel to it. All the angles just seem to be right. You leave your note. If you want, you can go ahead and type that out to me in a side chat or post it in the chat if you'd like. And we'll go ahead and
All right.
cut from you.
I
Well,
will do that.
you will cut from you. Zach, you do get a ping from your bird. As it swoops back into range, it tells you that it has spotted Gilbert up on one of the high towers not too far from where you're located.
Great. Either Ren or I, it's up to you, or we can both go get him. I really don't give enough of a shit.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
and when you kind of...
Cool, then I guess I'll go get him.
Okay. By the time you arrive at the tower, Gilbert's descended the tower and finished his note, so you two would meet right outside.
Come. We wait for others to bring us costumes for heist. Let's go.
One of the guards near the tower kind of leans into you, Gilbert, down, like to you, and says, "My lord, is this someone that bothers you?"
Oh no, he's a silly person, but I know him. And then I didn't walk.
He's
well,
got a
actually, I
big,
wouldn't say that.
stupid smile on his face, too, the whole time. Just like,
Yes.
If you need any assistance, remember that House Brent extends its welcome and its protection.
Yes, thank you. Then,
Hello, Z.
hello. Let's head back.
Okay, David Tennant.
Yes, it's yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are you
That's-
are you the
that's a
reincarnation
thing.
of Cardiff?
Oh, he's
Oh my god. Anyway,
Don't worry about it.
cut from you guys. You guys will muster back at the bar, right? The rest of you have left. Are you doing anything up in Spellmoth, or have you decided to continue back home?
So wait, where did we say that we were going to meet them?
I don't think we did. But one might assume that the last place we rested would be where we would meet up. So, Lord Howland's estate?
There's not going to be like a bunch of the conglomerate there, is there? Valette?
Why would there be? Unless your spell is worthless.
I love this
It's not.
dichotomy.
Well, then we should be fine.
That
Brockstar,
hard T was so accusatory.
Fight.
Valette?
Fight.
while you're paying attention to them yakking on and blah blah blah, you're thinking to yourself, yeah, that's cool and all, but you got the dagger, you kind of pull it out and see it and smile, and then you actually go, oh, and you realize that you could load this in your versatile cannon and fire it.
I wouldn't get any bonuses, right? Like the +2 attack.
You're pretty sure that
+2 damage.
something that can't be broken would probably do more damage if it's fired out of a cannon. Yeah, you're just kind of inspired by when Selena entered into Fury and was fired out of it like a rifle. You're kind of thinking, what else can I shoot out of cannons? Oh yeah, I got a dagger, and you're pretty sure it would work. All right. That said, moving right along. Go ahead.
So, Valette would seek to mention that she has a short errand to run. And she'll meet you back at Lord Howland's.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan. Brox,
Who's
let's
Lord
follow
Howland?
her. I don't trust her.
Who's Lord Howland?
You don't need to do your time.
Oh, that's just a name I wrote down that was with the Idealist, and I thought that was a house.
The noble who we stayed with, who's with the ideas.
Yeah, House Archild. It's
House Archild.
Corey Archild.
Like this image.
Right, and I would say okay, and as soon as we let that.
You cut out, Matt.
Oh, I was saying. I would say okay to that, and as soon as he's out of earshot, I don't trust her. Should we follow her?
Oh,
Good
yes.
idea.
I
Wait,
guess
no.
we're following Valette.
It's a bunch of just stuff going on here. Sorry, you guys are skipping in and out. Like, I don't know if it's me. Is it me? Am I?
Dang.
Nah, it's Joe's mic that keeps picking up stuff in the background.
Oh,
Yes.
it's your
Yes.
boy. Okay,
Yes,
I love that kid. No worries, no worries. But yeah, so you say to Broxker, "Can we trust this lady?" And he replied, "Yes."
Please.
No. I said no. You would have good reason not to. And yes, it would be a good idea to follow.
Nintendo is it? And I
She's
cannot
pretty
take
keen. She'll be
Lucio.
keeping an eye out for us.
It's a yelling battle between Joes. I love it. Little Joe versus other Little Joe. Joe, so much Joe. Okay, so yes, keen to keep a keen eye on him. Okay, you guys you don't have much of a room to kind of get away and whisper talk, as you guys are kind of making your way downtown, riding in a trolley. Also that song, but yeah, you're heading to Lord Archild's house, and you do arrive there. When you
Well,
do,
no, we were going to follow Valette.
Yeah, they were.
you guys are going with
Yeah,
her.
we wanted to follow Valette.
on her
yeah.
errand.
Yeah, there's
They
stealth
don't trust
stalking.
me.
Sneaky bitch.
They really can't keep. They really can't keep away from your discerning eyes, Valette. I don't think
Okay.
they're going to be able to. I will be nice though, and I'll let you guys go ahead and make dexterity stealth checks.
I got 17.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Maybe I was an idiot and should have shut my mouth.
Fail.
It's a pretty good roll.
Yeah. I
14.
apparently am dumb. But Valette, go ahead and make a wisdom perception check.
Alright. Wish I had that inspiration still.
Oh.
Nobody's giving it to you. No way.
23 doesn't matter.
You guys are not able to keep hidden from her.
I just want to be standing there whistling at some point.
And then you look at Broxgar and you kind of do a, how do you do gesture.
Oh, hi, friend!
I walk back to him like, is there something the matter?
Just making sure you're okay, buddy.
Yeah, we just a little, after all that just happened with conglomerate attacking, I want to make sure that you're all right.
Valette, not giving any reason to them that she okay, buddies, okay. Says, well, okay, I'll just be heading to the post office then. If you want to follow me, watch my back, I would be greatly appreciative of that.
All right.
Or whatever the post office would be called.
Yeah, it's post office, sure.
Okay.
All right. Is that what you're doing?
Oh, I'm heading post office,
All right, you arrived there. What do you
and
do?
I'm sending a letter that we discussed potential contents of.
Oh, right.
So I'll write that up and side chat it for your
Okay.
future use.
Yeah. Get that to me in a side chat, and I will. we know this is obviously a long con, but we will put it in canon now. That's fine. Perfect.
So after sending that letter, I walk out and say, all right, all my affairs are in order for what I know. Anything would possibly be. We have 1, 2, and I point to Sam and say, and how many disguises did you purchase for the group?
2.
So we'll have 4 disguises then that we can use to sneak in tonight and see what we may have missed.
1 for a dwarf
Oh,
and 3 for regular people. No gnomes.
Wait a
that's
minute.
fine.
I have an idea. We could set the gnome on top of a human, and it'll just be a very tall.
Or a gnome on top of a dwarf, and then it'll be a human-sized person just with a really wide bottom. With a really
Well, the
wide
other
bottom.
question I had was, does Ren still have his old?
Well, Ren still has his badge. I don't know if he has the cap. Would I have a cap?
You do have a cap.
Then I'm good.
All right. So you guys take the trolley and head that way down, and you arrive back at Lord Archild's house. This would probably be time-wise well after the others, but you're still just sitting at the bar waiting, right?
Yep.
Also,
Okay.
another question: does the trolley ride count as a rest?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay, I'm getting back a second level spell.
All
An
right.
hour rest? Wow,
Yeah.
that's a long trolley.
Well, it's not direct. I mean, it definitely does kind of wind a bit. So, and there are stops. So, think of it more like a bus route than a straight shot trolley. But yeah, you guys,
John.
yeah.
Would it be okay prior to the quote-unquote short rest to second wind to get some HPs back, just in
Yeah,
case?
sure. Min-max the crap out of it. It's cool. But yeah, you guys, you arrive at Lord Archild's house. There is the door, and there is the house. What do you do? And no, if you're going to ask the question having listened to other people's stuff, there is no note on the door.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but Snowflake is still out searching for the rest of the
I know.
group. So
I know. No, I'm aware.
okay, cool.
Yep.
I don't think we're welcome anymore.
It's not omnipresent.
I'd knock on the damn door.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. You knock on the door. After a fashion, the door opens and you see Lord Corey Archild, present, and he says, "Oh, you again. Lord Kirk Osler." He nods his head. I apologize. I cannot allow you to stay over any longer. I thought we had an agreement, an understanding.
Well, we just weren't sure if the other ones who were with us.
They left
stopped by
this
at all.
note, and he hands it to you. It says that they're at this bar. The bar being the Red Dragon Tavern and Inn, just on the other side of this area. It's out of Old Rostigar. It's just inside the port borough.
Wait, the Red Dragon. Why does that sound familiar? I feel like something happened there. Something bad.
From my limited experience with you, it probably has. But that should not stop us, nevertheless, from joining with our allies.
Okay.
What's the age-old adage? The further you are to the closer you are to danger, the further you are from harm.
I think someone like
As you guys head that way, talking. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Just making sure we get to a solid point. Valette, you guys are kind of meandering, and Broxgar, as you're walking, you hear kind of a flapping noise, and an owl lands on your shoulder. About a moment before this, Yen Lauren, you were pinged. They're right outside.
I'm gonna go get him,
Okay.
bring him to the table that we've probably already established.
The bar has actually picked up quite a bit since you guys have been sitting around. It's a weeknight, but or a day in the middle of the 6th day, but people are still drinking after work. The room is filled with all different types. You've got half-orcs, Goliaths, humans, halflings, dwarves, you name it. Probably about 50 folk in here. Good representation of all types. There is one individual who kind of stands out a bit. From the others, seems to be the only one of his kind that's present. There's a human tiefling, or not human tiefling. There's a tiefling, just tiefling, but more human in kind of origin, who is kind of at the bar by himself, just kind of drinking to himself. That said, you guys enter into the bar. Ren, you have a table, I assume, with
Yep.
Gilbert as you're kind of sitting there, and you guys kind of sit together at the table, regrouping. Have fun. Let me know how it goes. I'll wait while you guys talk.
So Ren would say, yeah, the house, that's a problem. The sewer entrance still barred up, body still down there. Front door seems like it's the only entrance. Seems like it's been pretty heavily watched, and I think that another family is living there. Another house that
Did you get any of the symbology of the noble family or anything? Is it a noble family?
it's House Brandt.
It's house who? I
Brandt,
couldn't hear
isn't
it.
that right?
Correct. Purple field
Brandt.
with a
Google?
12-sided dice. Yep.
If it's in your notes, if just click on the
You were
the,
just at their actual house just moments ago, Gilbert.
Yeah.
Do you
Did
see it
I-
under Barons number 7?
Okay, I didn't know that was down there. Oh, holy crap! Barons, Brandt. Yes. Okay. Cool. And that they're that's like an old. I gotta look at my notes. I think he was a human. Yep. That's like an old.
So
Yeah, it's an old human. Or at least the guy that I know.
barons, real quick,
Yeah.
just a quick note for nobility.
Sure.
This would be something you guys would know. A baron is a lord, noble, of a barony. And baronies are typically just referential to a town or village with small property around it. Above a barony is, of course, a county. And counties are ruled by counts.
Counts.
And then above a count, you have an earl, and earls are leaders of earldoms. Above earldoms, you have dukes. Dukes are leaders of duchies, and of course, kings were leaders of kingdoms. So the king typically has 3 dukes, and those dukes typically have anywhere between 2 to 5 earls, and those earls have anywhere between 2 to 5 counts, and those counts have anywhere between 2 to 5 barons. Barons being the last tier, and then non-landed lords are known as vassals or errants.
John,
Sure.
this is a question. Do I have any special knowledge about House?
Yeah. Make an intelligence history check with your weird self.
I think that's a 12-sided dice, not a 20-sided dice there.
That's what I said, yeah, 12 sided.
Oh, did you? Okay, I
Uh-huh.
heard 20 for some reason.
24. Good deal. House Brandt is an older house. They are kind of stationed in some town or village outside, but a large number of their family actually resides here in the city, whereas the landed lord stays out in the field in their town and rules, and the rest of their family enjoys the niceness of the city instead of having to live in some shithole town. They do this because what they do is they function as a pseudo-vassal house to House Rostigar, the king's house. And what they do is cleanup work. And I genuinely mean exactly that. They are people who clean up things and people who redesign things. So they do like design work for interiors and houses and decorations.
So they were probably given
Totally makes
this.
sense.
Yeah,
they
they're
would go
probably
in
given
there.
the house as a contract, right?
Yeah, they're trying to clear it out so that no one about all the where nobility.
Right.
I
You know,
mean,
I definitely.
obviously it's not just going to be house people.
Well,
Makes sense.
I have one question for you though. This House Karloff, are they somehow related to Brandt that they got taken over, or did you think this was just given to them by the king?
No, this was given as an inside job to make sure that no one's out about.
You're breaking in a lot. You're breaking in a lot. I don't know what's going on with your mic. I'm sorry. Like, I got half of that, and I saw it. It's okay. The expression on your face makes me sad that I missed it, because it looked funny as shit.
Yeah, no, I was saying how House Karloff, or they've obviously been giving it out as a contract to clean up so no one knows about what's actually going on.
Yeah.
Right, like conspiracy. But no, would I know really if there was any relationship?
I think you have a follower, by the way. If you watch Tim's face while you're talking, he's like, yeah, dude, that makes perfect fucking sense.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, after knowing that, I would say, Ren, there's no way I am gonna go in that house because I have too much to lose if I get caught. Like if it was somebody else's, it would be bad enough. But if it's that noble, he's actually doing my paperwork for my claim for house for Wellenbart. So I cannot do anything in the house that he owns or that his name is. I mean, I'm done. I'll wait outside, but I
Well-
could be a lookout at the most, but nothing
Awkward.
That is
Yeah.
fortuitous, as we do not have something for you to wear if we go disguised as Yellowcap.
More. Oh, my robe can change colors, but that may not be enough to make me look like a
Right.
Cap, though. I'd need to.
It's more of a uniform.
Yeah.
So
Oh well.
the rest of us could, if Ren himself has prior clothing he can don.
I do.
And I can, of course, obscure our faces and make us not look quite as what we seem, so that we're not necessarily immediately recognizable.
I think that's probably the most important thing since we're going through the front door.
Yeah. Sure.
We should maybe keep an eye out for the conglomerate too. We were attacked in broad daylight in the marketplace by the
Yep.
conglomerate.
Brazig made an appearance. He was being controlled by Major Kurgaz, controlling his body, speaking through it as if a puppet, similar to Biken.
Hmm.
He was wearing another amulet, a different color, and a different power associated. He killed some of the idealists, but ultimately we slew his form. I doubt it's the last we will see of him, for this wouldn't be the first time he's died.
Yeah, but this is the first time you've seen him as wrecked as he was. I mean, the head cutting off was pretty clean. And falling out of the building, you didn't really see the end result. So.
Ren asks Valette, do you think that could explain Archfield's reaction to us trying to go back into his map?
Gilbert, real quick answer to that. You'll be able to answer it. I'm just letting you know. You know the reason that you're not allowed to stay at Archie's house is because, I mean, that's it. The favor's over.
Yeah.
He doesn't want you living at his house.
Right. Actually, he was a friend of Brockscar, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
no,
And he got his
you
sense.
know
Yeah.
that he doesn't want you at his house, and you know why. He's nobility. You don't have other
Right.
nobles live in your house.
Right.
It's
Right.
weird.
It's weird. Yeah, you're right.
Got it. So it's not
Like
about
kick-
the idealists being in trouble or something.
He wants us to get a job and cut our hair. So apply
Get out
that
of the
to your
house.
Character. Yeah, get out of the house. Move out. Get a job.
Yes.
Okay.
It's more about the political
yeah.
associations. If you have political
Yeah.
associations, he doesn't want people to think that he's in favor of your political ties because he's housing
That
you.
right.
He was totally fine with Broxgar. He was totally fine with Ren because that connection between the mentor and such. The other people he didn't talk to as much, but the problem was after the fact was you.
Yeah, I would actually tell those guys that then, and be like, anyways, I don't think we probably should stay other places. That's why I got an apartment today.
Oh, you buy apartment for whole crew, yes? This is great! We not have to purchase hotel rooms no more.
It is literally
Fantastic!
Oh, yeah.
Little blue man actually come through for once.
You're
Yes?
welcome
Wait,
to
wait,
come over, but it's not very. It's pretty tight.
a dwarf out of nowhere, just walking past you guys, kind of looks over at you and kind of raises his drink to give you cheers, Yen Lauren. Just out of nowhere, he's like, yeah! He sees you're really excited, and you just and he just walks past you.
Boy, I think you are going to find this a very interesting apartment if you go into it with that sort of an attitude.
I see this whole odd couple thing happening.
He's
That's great.
got funny color scheme, yes? Lots of robin's egg blue, yes?
Yes.
Then
Oh boy, I'll
you
tell
guys-
you what. I'm going to miss Sarah's house. That's for sure.
you guys notice a kind of looming form kind of coming over to you guys, probably about 6'8", kind of heading over towards your table. As he gets closer, you see that his face is kind of covered with hair, and he has kind of a goblinoid-like face. I would say Broxgar would be the most keen to recognize the type of goblin, just because his dwarvish nature, and also Gilbert. He appears to be a bugbear. And he kind of just walks over to your table, and he's an older bugbear. You can see the graying in his hair, around his face and snout and such, and he just kind of walks over and he says, "Oh, excuse me, little man. I saw you at my apartment complex. Are you moving in are you moving in over there?"
Oh my.
Yes, and there's a housewarming party tonight.
Oh,
Yes,
think you-
we all have room. He buy us whole apartment place with noble monies.
Bring your
Yes?
family.
Don't listen to these people. You must have me confused
Well-
with somebody else.
no, I'm telling you something. I noticed from the start that you look like you probably weren't supposed to be around those parts. Maybe you made it a little too far across the track and headed down to the Solemnly town. I was a bit confused. My friends seemed to be a bit confused. And I just wanted to make sure you knew that, he kind of leans in. You're in Nightshark territory now. And, there's certain things that have to be done to make everything on the level. Do you understand what I'm saying, little guy?
He's
I know-
bad foundation.
Now, I see you got a lot of your friends here with you, and that's fine. That's all well and good. That's great. I'm glad you got your friends, but I just want to let you know, now that you're shacking up around these parts, anything could happen. You need protection, insurance. You know what I'm saying?
I'd like to say if
I do.
anything happens to him, if he or anything like that, or any sort of harm happens to him, well then, I hope you realize what you're starting. And I just sort of pull aside my jacket a little bit just to show off the mask.
He sees it and he looks down at you and he goes, "Well, you're inside the H now, so that's a really pretty fucking mask you got there, boy. And you can throw all the spells you want, but I'm gonna tell you something. You start fucking making a fuss, you're not getting out of this tavern alive. Just letting you know straight up."
Valette reaches out her hand and puts it over onto Sam and says, Now, I'm sure there's no reason to come to blows or make threats that don't need to be made. Why can't we all just get along? I'm sure our friend here will gladly settle his accounts with you.
Oh, you're a smart lady. I like that.
I was wondering though. You seem like I'm sure you have a few rough ends here and there. I've met a few. 2 of the 3 were noble enough, and the other, I mean, he was trying to make ends meet himself, so I understand. But I was wondering if we might be able to have some more formal introductions with low-end management, as it were, to maybe work out a working relationship.
Hold on a second. You said a lot of words, and I knew some of them, but I didn't know all of them. So,
Okay, I'd like to say
3 of your members tried to rough.
No, wait.
hold
I know
on.
all of them, and what are you trying to do with?
Now hold on. Wait. Let me get this figured out. You are a white mask, and you're in the H. That's fine. You just need to respect the territory. Settled? Are we good? Kind of pointed at Sam. Are we all right?
Yeah, sure. I'm
Cool.
still trying to
Shut
figure
up.
out entirely
Just
if my
shut.
friend.
Wait. Shh. I'm doing this one at a time. Hold on. Turns and looks over at Valette. Now you said a bunch of shit, and you said you wanted to meet some people. Okay. Am I getting the right vibe? So you're saying your friend's gonna pay, but you want to get involved even though you got a white mask with you? Are you not one of those? Well, who are you with?
Oh, I'm on the lamb.
Oh yeah. You want to be a shark? Kind of like pats you on the shoulder. Oh damn, that's a lot of muscle. You want to be a shark?
He doesn't want to be a
Sure, I'd love to.
Let the
Maybe
lady
I'll meet my
speak for
friends I met
herself.
the other day.
Your white mask? Yeah, okay. Alright. Well then I gotta get you in contact with Adrian. Hold on a second. I'll go get Adrian out of the back room, see if he's interested. What about your friend there? He looks like he's in the money, and I mean we heard the idealist's got a bunch of noble friends in the noble quarter, and we're trying to root them out of their place. Do you got any noble friends like this blue fellow?
No.
He's whispering, but you can totally hear him, everybody at the table.
And I follow suit, like obvious. Everyone can hear the whispering. It's like, no, but noble friend here, take it easy on him. Anyway, take it easy on him. He's a nice guy. He means well.
John, I have a question. Do I know what Valette is trying to do right now?
I don't know. Do you know what Valette's trying
Does
to do?
Valette know what Valette's trying to do right now? That is the real question.
I'll be honest, I don't know what Valette's trying to do right
I
now.
can tell you what he's trying to do. Tell you what he's
Like,
trying to do.
Me, the player,
I
knows,
got
but
it.
I'm trying to figure out if Sam, the character.
Oh, really? Because I haven't figured it out yet.
Well,
I'm
how,
trying to get all the gangs to work together. That's all I'm gonna
Yes.
Yeah.
do. Conglomerate is horrible.
but hey, lady,
You convince him that the conglomerate is bad.
now you
That's
got
what we want to do.
you're sitting here with a lemon cap? Because I don't think Ren's taken off his badge. You're sitting here with a lemon cap? Wait.
I probably would have taken off the badge, don't you think? I mean, the cap, yeah, but maybe. but
Well,
not
you
the
don't,
badge.
you probably don't even have the cap on you. It's probably back at the office. But
Right,
I'm saying that you have your badge usually out and about. But if you put it away, that's fine.
Yeah.
So you're sitting here.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
You're sitting here with a lemon cap and a dwarf and.
Oh no. The lemon cap. It's and I pull out like part of my disguise out of my bag. It's like, see, we got a con we wanted to work, and we can bring you in if possible. But we
What?
got some disguises here.
What the fuck? Yeah, Adrian's got to talk to you, lady. You're interesting as all get out. And walks away.
Nice. That's a good start. Well, very good start. I knew what you were up
This
to right
is
away.
this is interesting plan. I shall watch it unfold.
No, what the fuck is going on here? Why are you trying to hook up with sharks? I mean, I'm standing right here.
It's like walking around with your wife, and then a beautiful woman walks past, and you're like, "Hey, girl,
It's
how's
like
it
that.
going?"
No, it's like that. It's that meme. John. It's that
Yeah,
meme. The
it's-
idealist is there.
Yes.
And just looking back at the sharks.
It's exactly what's happening right now.
Has the guy walked away like out of earshot now? So if I whisper, he won't hear.
Yeah,
Do you want to go get Adrian?
yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
So Sam's asking something like, Our grander
Yeah.
goals are to unite the gangs, first in the local borough and then across the city, to topple the corrupt tower. The idealists cannot do it on their own. They will need help. What better way than to start friendly relationships with the Night Sharks? And then from there, we can try and touch base, make contact with the Mardigan. And then we will bring them all together to form an alliance, to perform guerrilla tactics and take out the conglomerate piece by piece.
But that's why I'm with here. I'm
Sam, I appreciate your concern, but my friend makes valid point. If each one of our small conglomerate of group makes contact with each individual gang, we each have control over one leg of operation. I like his mind games that he does in the brains. Is good. Is very good. We shall see what proposition is with man with is Adrian?
Hadrian. Sorry.
Hadrian. Hadrian. Yes. Yes, of course.
There's only one thing I would add to what you said there, Ian Lauren. I agree with all that all, but I don't think we should count all uniting the gangs should not be called a conglomerate. Our group should not be called a conglomerate because we're fighting the conglomerate. And we're gonna get confused of who's fighting who.
A
So that's
conglomerate
the only thing I
against
would
the
add.
Come
conglomerate?
in second language for me. You pick new word, I roll with new word.
Rockstar, you're attentively paying attention to where the bugbear went as everyone's kind of quietly discussing their stuff. And you see the bugbear come back out and a man start to follow behind him. The man in question has basically my length hair, like a bit longer than shoulder length. Very beautiful look to his face. Human. He's wearing a long coat that's blue with a yellow interior. And around his neck, it's like a silver, just series of chains. And there's a bunch of gemstones interlaid throughout, and it appears to be a holy symbol that's hanging from those chains, with even smaller just chains hanging from it, like little tiny jeweler's chains, not thick, meaty chains. And the symbol appears to be a strange draconic rune. You're not familiar with it, unless you speak Draconic, and I didn't know it. Those of you who do speak Draconic, as it comes up, you'll notice the Draconic rune symbol for the letter A. And as he gets close enough for you to see, he appears to be carrying something in his right hand, kind of like a helmet or something, but as you look, you actually realize that it's not a helmet at all. It's a head. It's a human head that appears to be identical in all ways and shapes and forms to the man who's now walking towards you. Hadrian.
I would immediately say, oh shit, that could be a conglomerate agent then. Maybe Undaunted. We should get the hell out of
That
here.
is so gross.
Wait, so a person who looks like Adrian is walking towards us holding the head.
Hadrian.
Hadrian.
Yeah, and you don't know what Hadrian looks like. You just see a man who you presume is Hadrian because he just came out of the same room with the bugbear, and the bugbear is with him, and he's walking over to your table. The man in question looks just as I've shown you in the picture. He is holding
John.
his own head.
Interesting.
John, just as a question, in the room behind him, did we see if Hadrian owned
Owned a what?
a wall? Like Hadrian's wall?
Like Hadrian's wall. Yeah, no, he appears, if he owns this place, he owns a lot of them. But no, he walks over to you and he says, "My friend here said that you had an interesting proposition. I don't particularly enjoy speaking so openly or coming out and about. These lower folk do have a way of looking at my brother that makes me rather annoyed." Brock, as he's talking, you're kind of looking at the head, and you see him blink. The head.
Cool.
Yeah, well, maybe you should just go back to whatever you came out of.
I
Whoa, wait
I
a minute, shut
bitch
up.
slap Sam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
Put out your hand over his mouth.
I understand your friend here is a white mask. Is that true?
Yes.
White as your arse.
I mean no hostility when I say this, but you do understand that we sharks are very focused on what is ours. This isn't some trick or ploy to try and take over our territory, is it?
No. I've only met this individual the other day. We happen to have some common goals tying us together, but as a whole, I have grander designs for how he may help an idea, and I sort of open up my arms the rest of us have that could benefit both the white masks and your sharks as well.
Very good. As you make your way to the back, I demand that each one of you have whatever you wish from the fine bar present here. The Red Dragon serves some of the most expensive spirits in all of Rostagar. It is a little known fact, but I am sure that anything you could imagine is behind that counter there. Blackguard, the bugbear kind of looks to him. Make sure that they're comfortable as they come into the back room. Okay? And he pats him on the shoulder very politely with his free hand and starts walking back towards the back room.
I just sort of mutter under my breath, and it's probably overpriced too.
Blackguard kind of looks at you. He's like, "No, I think what the boss was saying is you get one free."
I want one keg. That one right there.
Blackguard walks over to the barkeep, and the barkeep kind of looks at him and says, "Hadrian special." Hey, Hadrian special, yeah. Mm-hmm. And all right, little dwarf. I'm assuming you're gonna try and go for the roof. I'll tell you what I've got, but the best I've got is the Mug Pounder Ale, and I got a pony cake of that if you'd like. You want me to put a handle on it so it's easier to drink?
Yeah.
You see him screw on a small handle to a pony keg and slide it to you.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's me. I go to the back.
What about you, Elf? I have some Moonbright Ale. I also have a fine Eladrin wine.
I'm going to keep my wits about me tonight. No thanks.
The boss insists you have a drink.
Sure, I'll have some of the wine.
He didn't say you
I'll
had to
take the
drink it.
Moonbright Ale.
Moonbright Ale for you, milady. Gets you the wine. And then, how about you? I apologize, we don't have too many in the way of gnome spirits. Most of those come from Cardiff, and we don't really have.
So you don't have any gnome juice or anything?
No, the best we've got, there was, well, he said anything, right? And Blagger kind of nods and said, "Yep, it's a Hadrian special, you know how it goes." He kind of reaches back behind the bar and pulls out a dusty old bottle that's kind of more round than bottle shaped, and kind of brushes it off, and you see that the label's in Gnomish, and it says, Big Bang's Firewater. It's really old. 600-700 years old, sir, but that's the best I can give you gnome-wise. It probably isn't even good.
I will definitely
Make it
try that.
2.
Well,
We could share this one, probably.
that's the one. He pours you 2 glasses,
Yeah.
and it does have a
We
good
pour the 2
consistency,
glasses,
and he
we'll
goes,
share it.
interesting. And then he pours a 3rd glass and kind of holds it in his hand and goes, have fun back there. And he kind of looks at it and
All right.
takes a
thank
sip of it, and you're, oh, that is so good. As you guys are walking away, you enter into the back room, and the loud
Get a
rambunctious.
drink.
Oh, sorry. What do you want? White mask? The barkeep
Yeah,
says.
he just. Sam's like, yeah, give me whatever's the most expensive.
Yeah. Okay. He reaches up, grabs a bottle that looks like it's kind of filigreed with gold, kind of takes it and pours you a glass and hands it over to you. The liquid contents are completely clear.
Did it look like he did anything to it
No.
while he was pouring?
Nope. In fact, it looks like the first time the bottle's been unopened.
Did it say anything like poison on the side of the bottle?
It had generic writing on it.
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm holding the glass, but I'm not drinking any of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Lauren, you'd actually realize, or think you might realize what the contents of that bottle are, and you would know it by the Janara name. It translates different, but the word basically means liquid pain.
Yen Lauren will tap Sam on the arm and say, "He's old favorite of mine. Be careful."
Yeah. Make an Arcana check, Intelligence Arcana check, Yen Lauren.
"21."
You'd also know that liquid pain is actually an infernal beverage that is actually concocted by taking a human or mortal being and extracting actual pain from them and distilling it and then distilling it and then distilling it until it's perfectly white, perfectly beautiful and sweet, but upon imbibing, it acts in effect as mayhaps a drug. And for those of you who are deep cutteries, watching, listening, and hearing stuff that's being used from olden times, yeah, that's a drug from Book of Vile Darkness, third edition. Yeah, I'm bringing back those deep cuts. You guys head into the back room with your cups. The bugbear stands at the door and closes it behind you once you're all in, but what you see before you is kind of a booth set inside a smaller room. Looks like there's another exit that leads into the back of like where the bar and the possibly food is made that connects right to this room directly. The booth is occupied by Hadrian. He appears to have the head in his lap, and you can just see like this of it. The table is kind of like up to here on it, so it's just kind of eyes are just above the table. And there are two other people in this room, two females clad in black leather. It looks like they each have a small dagger, and I mean small dagger, almost a knife really, on their belt. One on her left side and one on her right side. They kind of look to you, not too disconcertingly. They do have a nice frame to them. They look like they're possibly capable combatants, in that they look like they're kind of corded and muscular. There's definitely a amount of tone there. Hadrian gestures towards the other seats in the booth. Please, sit with me.
I take a seat and sit comfortably, but sort of back straight, sort of an upright position, but I look comfortable.
So the booth is kind of in a crescent shape. It's very big, but he's seated in the crescent at the farthest end. So there's basically enough room for about 3 people, about 4 people on one side and 4 people on the other, obviously with gaps if you'd like. Just tell me what side, Tim, that you're sitting on.
I'll sit. Which side is the other head on? Is that on his right or his left?
It's in his lap.
In his lap, like dead center?
Dead center in his lap.
Oh, okay. So then I'll take his right, I guess, and I'll sidle up like
Pretty
being
close to him.
closest to him. Yeah.
Make a wisdom perception check.
All right. Wisdom. That is a 15.
Okay. You're kind of curious, as anyone would be, when you kind of get that close to him, to see like what, because when he walked to you and was talking to you, he was holding the head in such a way that he was covering up the neck, so you didn't see how it was severed. And at this point, you're trying to kind of get a glance, but you can't see exactly how the head is severed. Like if there's something connected to it, or like if it's like bloody, you don't know, and you can't see. All right. Next up, who's sitting where? Just tell me who's sitting on his left, who's sitting on his right. Tim Villette is on his right.
I'll sit on his left.
Okay.
I've been watching that head anyway.
Wisdom perception check, since you're sitting adjacent to him.
I got a 14. Not much.
Same situation.
Not much worse.
It seems like his coat is kind of blocking view of what might be the neck. It's kind of it's macabre, but it's definitely something that you'd be kind of interested in seeing, really.
Yeah, I've never seen some shit like that.
This is some weird shit. Okay, and then since the two places adjacent to him are pretty much filled in, who's sitting on Valet's side? Is it pretty much just going to fill out like Brox, Ren, and Gilbert on one side, and then Valet, Sam, and Lauren on the other?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm trying to sit as as far away from him. And
The outside of the booth. So what you'll realize is that the two ladies who are present are now kind of taking positions outside of the booth, kind of towards the exits of the booth. And they're looking at you intently. Yeah. And one of them you notice is kind of like a dirty blonde and hair color, and that's the one that's next to you. And there's a brunette on the opposite side. But other than that, they're pretty close to, like, physicality. They're pretty close to identical. I mean, they look different. I'm just saying, like, size-wise. Okay, anyways, to the point, Adrian looks to Valet and says, "My associate, Blackguard, is not terribly cunning, and I apologize. There may have been some missing messages in what you told him. He said what you had to say was very interesting, but I need to know, first off and right off, why are you consorting with a white mask?"
We all share a common ally in the conglomerate. It just so happens that we've come to work together against them.
I have no reason to be against the conglomerate, I assure you. They aren't too keen on this borough. A lot goes on to the south in the port area that they're not aware of.
I think important word to add to statement is yet. This is new conglomerate. This is new regime. They play by new rules.
They don't.
It is only matter
Or
of
lack of
time before they come for you too.
I tell you this. If you're trying to shake my boots, if you're trying to curl my fear up inside of me and well it like a knot in my stomach, I don't really respond well to that. I really
It's not about fear.
no.
Think about
You
infestation of ants is still nuisance.
see him start
May
to
not bother you,
visually.
but still nuisance to
He's
business.
starting to visually sweat. Yeah. No, you don't understand. I get really put off when people start saying things like that. And my brother really doesn't like that kind of talk either. And he looks down at the head in his lap, and then looks at you. I'm not afraid. I'm really not afraid of the conglomerate. Many of their agents and enforcers, and even their hunters, have come into these parts. And many of them have been put out to sea, with stones tied to their feet. Their magic is so powerful, but ultimately it does not matter at all. Like any weapon, I'm sure your dwarf friend will tell you, it requires a target.
Valet will speak up and say, I apologize for my compatriot's lack of tact in the words he chose.
I appreciate your apology, and I accept it. He looks to Yen Lauren. You are from the West Country, Janaris, are you not?
Is true, yes.
So, there may be much to fear of the conglomerate there. Stay a while in this burrow, and I will show you a life without fear. He smiles. And if you drink a bit, maybe you'll experience it a little bit sooner. You all seem so tense. It's just like mother, isn't it? He says to the head in his lap. So very tense. So serious all the time.
So, might I ask though, with the conglomerate, while they're of course no nuisance to you, might business boom all the more if they were not around at all?
Do you even know what the Night Sharks do?
Forgive me for my ignorance, but I would gladly be informed.
Protection.
Of course, our primary
Protection against everyone apparently except the conglomerate, which you seem to be scared of.
Our primary racket is indeed protection. However, what the dwarf foolishly stated was that we don't protect against the conglomerate. I never said that that was the case. We do protect
John.
against the conglomerate and its laws. Go ahead.
So,
I was just going to say, this whole time, I have the glass that was poured on the table in front of me, but I'm keeping an eye on the two bimbos that are.
You're gang savvy. So basically, what you're assuming is present here is that if a fight were to start out in legitimacy, you would be at kind of a disadvantage because you're sitting in a booth. They'd be able to stab down into you, and who knows what Hadrian is capable of. But he obviously is putting himself in a position of defenselessness, effectively.
Right.
But he obviously has a keen eye as to what would need to be done if
Also,
things went south.
taking just sort of a whiff of my drink, is it a decently high alcohol content or?
There's no alcohol in it at all. You got the
Oh,
liquid
okay.
paint, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
I was imagining that they would give me like a alcoholic.
You said the most expensive
No,
drink.
no, you're about to get fucking drugged out of your fucking mind, bro. Welcome
Oh, no,
to
no,
the
no.
next level of consciousness, my friend. You've got 8 hours of the next life to experience a whole new world you ain't ever seen before, and it's gonna be beautiful and scary
I keep
at the
imagining-
same time.
Yeah,
I'd
Lauren's
like to
coat
say-
just melting off of him as he's saying that. It's like Samuel's like,
I'd like to say I specifically asked for an expensive drink, not as a thing to drink, but just in case I have something to throw in someone's face.
yeah, you're not sure what the contents of it are going to do.
Oh, I have no idea, and I'm not drinking anything that was given
Fair
to
enough.
bastards.
He's old fan of mine. He's
Hadrian kind of says, I just want to know. Kind of looks to Valette, and you seem cordial enough. And looks to Gilbert, you look so interesting. So very, very interesting. But I just want to know what your intent is. I don't mind you moving into these parts, little one. I really don't. My brother has his reservations regarding a noble living in a sullen area beneath him for some reason. There must be a reason, especially with the company that you keep. And Blackguard heard a bit of your plan, but was unable to really illuminate exactly what you meant by it. So I must ask again, and hopefully this time without your daggered words and your fear lacing every single breath. I need to know what your intent is.
was that directed at me or to Gilbert?
Looking at everyone, but primarily
All
you
right.
two.
Okay. Hey, let me try to handle this one, Valette. Me and my group of
Please do.
friends here have had several encounters with the conglomerate and with the new conglomerate, I should say, and they're not going to benefit anybody, the common folk, the nobles, or organized crime, and that's why we're trying to get together a group of.
Let me just make sure I understand correctly. I may rephrase some of the words you used, but understand I do it for posterity and understanding. You say that you have a problem with the conglomerate and you need it fixed. One might say you need, looks to Yen Lauren, protection from them. Is that right?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it that. I think we basically want to see them topple.
I-
a
We
coup.
would need your assistance in this. So yes, I guess you could call it that. Let's assume we call it that for now. Continue on.
Let me get back to you then. Moves to Yenlord and looks at him. You said that there's a fear amongst everyone. But that's not really what this is it? It's not fear that's driving you. Oh no. It's a desire for power, is it not? You want to knock them off so you are free to do what you want. Am I wrong?
Yenlorin takes a moment, looks back at him, and says, "Do you not desire freedom as well?"
No, because I have it. And it seems that you want it. Looks.
I want it for everyone, not just myself.
How noble. Smiles. And I'm sure your white masked friend is of the same opinion. Of course, they have no true biases against the conglomerate that are present for all to see. Of course, they don't want the conglomerate to fall. Your magic trades wouldn't prosper one bit. Alright. Do you speak for the white masks, or do you just wear one?
That's you, Sam.
Myself, I know. I speak for myself. The white masks speak for themselves too.
Okay. I wished to know if you were a liaison of them and you were brought here with this interesting proposal, but it seems that this is some sort of freelance operation. I assume you're a renegade mage, gestures to Yenlorin, or some sort of very convincing wannabe mage. I presume you're a mage of the Idealists. I have no idea what you're doing here, elf. Or dwarf, for that matter.
What's up with your brother? Why does he not have a body?
I don't laugh, but that was too funny.
He kind of stops and
Yeah.
smiles. Oh. How interestingly quaint. I haven't spent time with a dwarf in quite some time. Well, my brother is tired right now. He does have a body. It's just resting. He grins. Brother. Nerda, are you awake? You see the eyes kind of flutter, and he kind of looks up. You're only seeing the top end, by the way. The dwarf, the master dwarf wishes to know you. Will you entertain his inquiry, even though it was rudely brought? The eyes kind of flutter closed and then flash open, and the head starts to float out of his lap. As it does so, it becomes very apparent what the neck attachment is like, as you see that coming and spilling out of the man's robe, or cloak, or coat rather, are the internal organs of a human being.
Oh, gross.
No
nice.
spine, just all of the fleshy bits that would be inside of a human body rising up with it. And it rises up and kind of leans in, its guts spilling out onto the table as it leans in to look at Broxgar. What's your reaction, by the way, Brox?
I'm probably a little bit spooked.
Constitution saving throw.
No,
Yeah, we all throw up.
no Constitution.
Oh man, I bet Yenlorin is fascinated beyond belief. He's just like little kid in a candy store, like,
This is some abomination level shit. It's got me. It's like, what?
Stupid magic trick.
Ren would say,
There was
you,
the
you, you,
conglomerate too.
you seem very comfortable here in this burrow.
I guess the spine was present. I apologize. Yeah. But yeah, Gutty works. He kind of looks to you and kind of opens his mouth and bars fangs. Very, very similar to like a beast, or more colloquially, a vampire. And
Gargoyle.
the eyes kind of move around in the sockets towards everyone, and it kind of backs away from you as it comes back to rest in Hadrian's lap. He's still a bit tired. That's okay. Rest. And almost as if a trick, you don't see any of the guts. It's back to the normal state it was before. I hope that answered your question, though.
Holy shit!
What? I'm sorry, what did you say? He apologized. No, I heard you, but the character is acting kind of like put upon by what you said, Brox.
I've never seen anything like that before. I would like to not see it again if you don't mind.
Or erase it from your memory. Understandable. My brother is what is known as a Panangon. It's a very ancient and old type of undead. Not that I'm too concerned with you spreading too many rumors, and you don't seem like the terribly religious lot, so no orders of justice necessary here. We have...
No, I'm good. No justice for me. No.
But you wouldn't have expected such a fearsome creature just present here in this casual room. You wouldn't...
That's true.
You wouldn't notice either that I personally am quite the skilled combatant. I don't look it, but I don't think I would have too much trouble with at least you two. Looking at Valette and looking at Broxgar, the closest ones. I'm not trying to be arrogant in my statement, I'm just stating a fact. What I'm saying to you, though, is your plan is for conquest. It is not a defense. Oh, who just dropped?
Yeah, sorry about that. My cat turned off.
Good kitty. It is not a defense that you're seeking. It is conquest. Be honest about your motivations when you speak
Is
to...
not conquest we seek. This is false representation. Is liberation we seek.
No. Freedom is present. You do not have to live where you live. You do not have to live how you live. In fear. I could cast whatever spell I wanted to if it was within my ability. No one's stopping me. You. One in the strange coat. What spell do you feel is the most illegal spell that you have, that the conglomerate would outright sanction you and put you in one of its black cells for? Do you have such a spell?
I look at him.
Who's that directed at? Was that directed at...
Yeah, no, it was me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to check.
Not yet. Smiles.
Nothing terribly illicit? No crazy, horrible demon summoning spells, or some infernal blasts, or some sort of pact magic? Nothing to that effect? How uninteresting. Have you not had access to such books? Is that the problem?
I have not had time to study them.
Well, I hope once you've liberated yourself, you're able to. It's freeing.
This is what I seek.
So, getting back to what possibly could become a common cause is, while you do not need protection, Conglomerate, I'm sure the idealists might say they could use some help, considering they were just assaulted today. Would you be willing to
I would like
work...
to say at him saying that, I just turn and stare daggers at Valette.
Sam, it's not to say that the idealists couldn't put up a valiant effort, but I am sure on their own they would be crushed. And I'm sure that they could use all the help they could get.
Oh, I didn't say anything. I'm just staring daggers at you.
No, exactly. It's in response to you giving me the evil eye. Like, clarifying that, like, you know, still take it however you're going to take it, but I'm letting you know that, like, I don't mean offense in any personal way, and I'm sure you don't like it that, and I leave it at that after I say that, too. It's like, I'm not going to go into details how I know that, unless you ask. We'll work. Anyway, I turn back to, Hadrian and, but we seek a union of sorts to oust them from the city. Not that they threaten you in any way, but perhaps you could be a source of strength to help others and make a pretty coin in the doing.
Now you see, he looks to the Unlorn, this is how you speak to someone when you regard them as an equal. What you did was speak down to me, and I wasn't terribly keen on it. Your offer is something I can get behind. Very good. He looks to the noble, and he says, you are of the most interest to me amidst this group. Do you know why?
Oh, I'm sure it has to do with a connection to the nobility.
Oh yes. The Night Sharks have been unfortunately failing in being able to get any foothold in that wonderful old city. And all of my friends have perished in those streets. Sadly. The Idealists, looks to Sam, have quite the foothold just outside of our borders here. I am not looking for any kind of foothold in their territory. Oh no. I am simply asking if you have land within the city that mayhaps you allow us the use of your basement, or allow our guests to be invited into your house. No ill will. We wouldn't take anything that isn't ours, and we'd respect you as any guest would. Do you have a home in the city?
Right now, I'm kind of in the middle of a...
Oh, boss, you hear from the door.
dispute.
Hey, boss. Yeah, he's staying at the, he's staying at the old-fashioned house. You see the look on his face kind of drop. Oh, right. Interesting. So...
Yeah, but I think that's only a temporary situation. I think I'll be moving up in the world, and you know, before I can even be there for very long. So that's what I'm doing. So, you know, I can hear what you're saying, and my thought would be, you know, think in your mind of the most wonderful warehouse located in that district, because then you could be all on your own. But of course that warehouse would be owned by, you know, somebody, and possibly, you know, a noble or somebody who is, you know what I'm saying, connect the dots.
I understand. I will advise you, though, your attempts at subtlety are jarring, to say the least. It would seem that you're a bit more of a blunt speaker, and you should probably play to your strengths. From what I understand, to be sure, you're saying that you could probably afford and acquire the rights to a warehouse within Old Rostegard, possibly close to the shore. Is that accurate?
Yes, in the future, in the near future, and so yes, you know, an arrangement like that could be made if you were to help us out with this conglomerate thing.
It seems like you're very quickly understanding how things work here in this borough. Favors for favors. Yes. I tell you this. If you need assistance from the Sharks, you could speak to me directly, and I will speak to the master of the Sharks. and I will make sure that he is counseled in such a way that you're going to hear on the most receptive set of ears available. That is what I can promise you as favor. Now, this is not the rebellion that you are seeking or the claimed cause of a bunch of soldiers and warriors who are prepared to fight the evil mages in their towers. It is the realistic equivalent of what I can offer. With that being said, does your offer still stand? Even though what you imagined I might be able to afford you is different than what it actually is?
Well, I don't want to make any rush decisions. So just let me talk it over with my
Boss.
friends, and we'll get back
Boss.
to you. But I think it's very possible.
Hey, boss, you hear from the bugbear? He's staying in a pretty shitty room. He's paying $20 a month. I don't think he has much money. Or he's trying to stay low, Blackguard. And do me a favor. If you interrupt again, know that I will allow my brother to devour you from the crown of your head to the tip of your toe. I'll just wait outside, boss. Goes outside and closes the door behind him.
Please do. I want to see that.
I apologize for his rudeness and his interjections. I assume the reason that you're staying at the place that you're staying at is, of course, not because you couldn't afford better, but because better might bring attention to you while you're engaging in these activities. Make a charisma deception check.
Yes, that is
Alright.
the case.
Straight up deception, right?
Charisma deception, yeah.
All right, sweet. Let's see. I gotta see.
God.
For the people at home, I just rolled a
Um,
1, which equals 4.
Oh my god.
You
That
can
is-
read me pretty good.
That makes me so happy.
Oh well.
He kind of looks at you and says, "What was your surname?"
Yes.
I didn't say.
I'm asking you, what was your surname?
Yes. It is Kurgosler.
I'm not familiar with it. It doesn't ring any bells.
Well, I will tell you one thing. The current Mageir of the conglomerate is a distant relative of mine. He's a Kurgosler from the east, is it? Or is it from the... I think it's from the east.
Your motivations just seem even more strange to me now. I don't know how that
I'd
is.
like to say, at this point, Sam just gets a really confused look on his
Just-
face and looks at Gilbert because first he heard him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird.
Oh
yeah,
my
no,
god.
he's,
Sam. Oh my god, Sam. Oh, I'm so
I'm just
sorry.
like, this has gone from bad to worse to horrible.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly.
Oh, that's so
Sam.
terrible.
All with one critical fail.
Right.
God, that's fucking funny. He says, he looks up to one of the ladies and says, can you do me a favor? And she kind of nods her head, having been watching you guys the whole time. Can you maybe go and speak to the Watcher for me, please? And see what he knows about Miss Kurgosler house? She nods her head and walks out. You're left with him and one other person, the other girl.
Which girl left? The one next to Matt or the one next to Andy?
The one next to Andy.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
hot one or the buff one?
The dirty blonde one was next to Sam, I think it was. 'Cause he was on the outside.
Yeah, you said this dirty. She was next to me.
Yeah, she is no longer there. And then the brunette is next to Andy on the other side. She's still there. Anyways, he says, I just want to know something. I'm going to... Of course I'm going to let you leave. But I did have fine beverages brought for you. And most of you, everyone else besides Sam partook, right?
Yeah.
No drinking?
Yeah, I guess I'd be slowly drinking the one.
Oh, right, but you are unable to really kind of. It's that thing. So make a charisma deception check for me, Bullet. Because
Okay.
you don't drink.
Right, I have
do-
basic sword in the pouch.
Yeah.
Said charisma deception.
Uh-huh.
Alright. And I rolled an 8.
It looks absolutely unnatural to everyone present, and it does look like it does look like Hadrian
Drinking
notices.
is through your nose.
It doesn't say anything. And then Lauren, you didn't drink, and Samuel, you didn't drink. Gilbert.
Oh, I did. I
Oh,
did, definitely. 100%.
So just Sam. Everyone else partook of their beverage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It'd be rude not to.
Could we have 2?
He looks.
If you really want, you can have mine.
He looks at Samuel and he says, "Was my drink not good enough? You could have ordered anything you wanted." And you said, "What you said, that's what my barkeep got you." I just want to make sure. I have offered you hospitality, and you have not accepted it. In essence, do you not want that particular drink? Is it off in any way? Can we get you a replacement?
It's just I want to make sure that everything's kosher before we proceed all the way, so to speak.
In comes a rabbi.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me go. Yeah.
Bless everything.
Well,
Mazel tov.
no, I understand. Again, turn of phrase. We'll utilize it and transfer it in my
Yeah,
head
yeah,
to
yeah.
something that's more in canon. But yeah, he says,
Limitations of language.
so I want to ask you then. You ask me a favor. You sit with me. You lie to my face. And make yourself aggrandized more than you might happen to be. And you won't even take my hospitality. Because you feel like I'm here to try and trick you or betray you.
I'm sorry, did I do any of the... I've kind of been along for the ride for this part with
See, this is the
this
issue.
situation.
This is like trying to tackle a hydra. Multiple heads, all with their own intents and their own appetites. I don't particularly like this engagement, so I must ask you all to leave. I will find out what I can about you, Kerr Gosler, and your family, if I feel like you're interesting enough to pursue. And you might be able to help me realize those dreams you just so willingly put out on the table, even though they're probably outside your means. Then we will talk. I know where you live.
Mm-hmm.
As another kindness, even though I owe you nothing, I will make sure my sharks here in this portion of our territory do not molest or mess with you in any way, as they would normally be charged to do so since you are not currently paying protection money.
I
However,
appreciate that. I
When-
really appreciate that.
when we do find out whether or not your boasts are accurate, we'll be stopping by. Count on it.
All right.
And of course, once everything is kosher, and we find out on our side that you have what you've promised, or have the ability to bring forward our dreams, then of course we will assist you in your... Oh, you said it wasn't a conquest. Your liberation movement. Fair enough.
Thank you. I'm not gonna say anything more because I think we have exchanged enough information.
Almost like a
And I
snap.
look forward.
Almost like a snap. The head in his lap leaps out from his lap, across the table, grabs Matt's drink with its mouth around the rim, pulls it aside, lifts it up, and throws the drink back suddenly, and then snaps to the side, throwing the glass against the wall, and then in less than like 3 seconds, slams back into his lap.
Looks like somebody's getting lucky tonight. No, I didn't say that. My character did not say that. That was out of character. If it could do that, what else could that head do?
Get out of my life. He,
All right. Well,
Well,
we're
they
gonna
could just drink poison.
yeah.
Did
We're
you-
gonna sneak out of this place. What do you guys think?
At,
We gotta get out of here quick.
at that spectacle, Valette says, Hadrian, we appreciate your hospitality. You've been nothing but the utmost of hosts,
I understand.
and appreciate your ongoing kindness.
I understand what you're trying to do, acting as mediator here. You have a goal, and you feel like it can be best achieved with assistance from multiple forces. I get what you're trying to do. But next time you bring someone from another force to the table, make sure that they're not an ungrateful piece of shit. I'll see you around.
I couldn't agree more.
All right. I'm assuming we're
Well,
out of
someone's
the
not
bar.
getting a spell cast on them tonight.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
No, wait, is that real? Because it's getting close to that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is real.
Okay.
What?
Um,
What do you, no, don't start.
Wait,
fighting the
what?
war. We
Don't do
just
that.
closed
Don't
the deal.
do that.
no. So
We
let-
can't be
I'm not-
around him.
let-
No, I'm not fighting in the bar. I'm just intentionally not doing something.
No, right. And so
Right.
this is with that, I'm guessing we leave the bar.
yeah, you guys start to leave. Yeah.
Okay.
Out of there.
Once outside, Valette will turn to Sam and say, Sam, I apologize if I might have said anything to offend. I was trying to do damage control with him so that we might upkeep some kind of good standing relationship for whatever future
Yeah.
endeavor might be undertaken.
And you realize you might have given them a ticket into doing a blow against the idealists right now with telling them that they were recently attacked. You seriously think they're not going to try to take an opportunity?
I wouldn't think that.
I
they would
think-
attack you, but
I think if anything is to proceed, playing a few cards from our hands is what is needed to earn mutual trust.
Ren,
I know.
Sorry.
Also,
I'm just
I
cutting
would
you off for
like
just one
to point
second.
out-
1 second.
Yeah.
Ren,
Yeah, go for it.
make a wisdom or no intelligence history check, please.
Sure. $14.
Good enough. So you've been here for a while in the city. You have. And you know that the sharks are very territorial. I'm going to reveal something on the map for you here. Okay? And then I want you to kind of understand with me. Did the map change?
Yep.
Hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing here are border lines for the territories, for the gangs. Now we discussed the H. Now you can see it a bit more clearly. You see that territory that's in between the Port District and Spellmoth, and there's kind of like a small like bridge between the two territories. Well, in older times, I'd say some 60 or 70 years ago, before the Idealists really were growing up in power, this entire block that the Idealists have, that's in Old Rostigar, I'll give you 5 guesses who it used to belong to.
the Night Sharks.
And you know how they lost it too. The Idealists are better with nobles than the Night Sharks are. And so Hadrian has basically just asked a noble, possibly the first outreach in that regard, to help reclaim that. So you understand there is a gang war here, and obviously Sam's going to be a loyalist to the Idealists. But you
Right.
you as a investigator and a kind of criminal yourself, you understand what Hadrian's mentality is here.
Okay. So to get some of the idealist land back,
Yep.
the very land on which House Karloff, Archchild, and Wellenbart are located.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of open broken real estate right there, and also someone's trying to win Wellenbart. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, I just sold my soul there, guys. So basically, I got the
What
night shark.
soul? It sounds like you.
I promised my soul.
Yeah, but like didn't have a whole lot to fucking back it up in assets.
No, but once I get my stuff, they're gonna be the first people knocking on my door saying, "Hey, remember us? We're your long lost relatives. You just won $1 billion."
Right, and this is the point where Yenlorn asks, okay, so what is Kurgogzler's stuff? Because is Kurgogzler's stuff like 10 handkerchiefs and stuffed animal, or is Kurgogzler's stuff like hundreds, millions of little gold pieces?
It's more in between. It's a lot in between because he's a very minor noble. But the thing is,
You use word very, and this make me nervous. Because
we don't
they
have
don't see
skyscrapers or
shit
anything.
about very, very minor noble.
it was
He's
enough
not
though,
useful.
to catch his interest, right? I don't really know exactly how
Right,
Wellenbart
until he pursue your history and standing. Once he understand Kurgozler is bullshit name, he not want to give shit about us as group. You understand this predicament you have put us in with your bullshit. Yes?
I do understand, but
that's
you know,
fantastic.
We're better off
Great.
Than we were. We're better off than we
Also-
were.
I'd like to point something else out here. First of all, I'm already kind of like in a shit position with some of the idealists already. This is a meeting with the Night Sharks that I was just in. If anyone saw me, talks to the idealists about what just went down and how I was there, I'm just saying, like, I'm already in a poor standing. This is not going to improve my brass with the upper management.
But Sam, what if you can be the one that brings them an alliance that helps topple Magir's tower? Wouldn't that restore any standing you had?
Not necessarily.
There's an
I mean,
olive
yes.
branch that might be had here to help. While there might be some concessions from both sides, an alliance might be struck, and the idealists' goals be furthered in a more grand way than they could ever imagine. And you could be at the very heart of that.
Right, but I'm also the one that they think upon on their heads right now. So do you really think that they're going to be trusting me when A, I might have helped facilitate the attack, and B, I'm now talking to Night Sharks are trying to get back territory from anyway.
This is really helpful for you to share after conversation where you're already seen.
Plus,
Thank you for bringing this up now.
Did anybody see you?
It's super
Right.
helpful.
I don't know if anybody saw me. Honestly, I didn't even know what was going on until halfway.
Yeah, I kind
I
of
did-
sprung on you.
I didn't know what we were fighting ourselves in, but I saw an opportunity knock, and I decided not to let it slip us by.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
and seems opportunity slam door back in face.
Ren, as they're talking, you see a strange glow in Valette's eyes.
Oh shit! I would point out-
God damn it, god damn it, god damn it.
Can we take a strip of cloth and make it into a blindfold and put it over her eye?
Do whatever you
Can
want.
we or can
I'm
you?
gonna try that.
What-
I'll try that.
Did
Okay.
anybody cast a spell on him?
Would Valette allow me to do that?
Are you gonna say something?
From
I'm
Well,
gonna
well,
say,
yeah,
I'm gonna
first
say
you'd have-
I would say it out loud. I said, "Look, this is happening again. We have to stop this."
we can attempt it, I fear it may not be enough, and that we need the assistance of Sam here.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to slip away.
Okay.
Nolo,
Yeah.
out.
I should probably slip away too. Definitely don't want to be seen by him when he's doing that.
Oh, no. Okay,
I
so
think
you
it's too late, my friends.
are you tying something around his head? Is that what the
So
goal
if
is?
it allow me to, I would put a blindfold on him.
Yeah, I allow it.
John, I'm
Yeah.
going to. I'll be nice. I'll cast a spell, and then I'm just walking away without saying anything.
Okay. You watch as the glow goes away after Sam casts the spell on his head again. And he starts walking away.
As Sam walks away, I turn to Yanloren. Might you have your owl friend follow him, in case we need to establish contact sooner than he would desire?
Alright. So, Ren, you stand there kind of holding the piece of cloth that you tore off. Let you stand there looking to Yanloren. Yanloren, do you send your bird out?
I do,
Okay.
but I also want to kind of follow myself because I want to get Sam alone with just Yanloren to have a quick conversation if possible.
You
Okay.
gonna kill him?
You go talk to Sam. Bulette,
Depends on how the conversation goes. We'll play it out.
Bulette and Ren, you guys are by yourselves. And then Gilbert and Brox,
Gilbert's gone.
you guys are
Oh,
walking.
okay.
You said you were walking away.
I'll walk. Yeah, I'll walk with you guys.
No.
Yes.
You were walking away.
Oh.
They were staying. Are you walking with
Okay,
Broxgar?
I'll
That's
walk
the other
with-
person that walked away.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll walk
There's
with
mo-
Broxgar if I could, if
Okay.
you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do we
I
have a
don't
chance to
wanna get
talk?
killed.
Do I have a chance to say something to Val?
I'm gonna do it quick in order because I'm gonna
Super.
probably cancel us out here in about 20 minutes. So I just want to make sure we beat points. So
Sorry.
let's go ahead and do Gilbert and Broxgar first. You guys are moving away by yourselves. Is there anything you guys want to talk about? A couple minutes. Go ahead and take it.
Well, out of character, real quick. I trust Broxgar. He seems to be a pretty straightforward guy. He doesn't, bullshit or lie or anything like that. So, what I would probably do, since we're alone and I'm gonna make sure there's nobody around, I would like whisper to him. I'd be like, "Hey, Brox, what I said back there, making this deal with the Night Shark. I have a bad feeling it's gonna go really bad eventually, and so I know eventually it's gonna come to blows." So I just want you to know that I know this. I know that's going to happen, but we really need them on our side. It's a huge gang, so that's why I did that, because I think it's worth the risk to try to get what we need. And then that's all I would say.
I understand. I don't like working with criminals, but it seems we have no other choice. It's just a matter of legal or illegal criminals.
Yeah.
Because the conglomerate.
And eventually, I would like to see that Hadrian's brother not around anymore. That thing is an abomination. That needs to go. But we'll
I
deal with
saw-
that later.
I just don't ever see that fucker again. That's
I know, boy, that thing was scary. Yeah, that thing was scary. So, anyways, that's where I am on that. I didn't just do that. I'm not just gonna do that and become an evil person. We just need to team up with them. So,
I definitely understand.
yeah.
Okay. We'll go ahead and. Do you have any? I'm sorry. Apologies. Do you have anything else? Sounded like finality. Okay. Cut to Sam and Yanloren. Go to town, Zach. You're muted.
You're muted.
Sam, my new acquaintance. Come close. Come close. Let us have conversation. You seem like you are experiencing lots of these inside feeling things.
Well, I mean, I just don't necessarily know what it is you've just dragged me into. I mean, you seemed all right the other day, and then suddenly, next thing I know, there's like, dang it, what are they called? The
Night
whatever
Shark.
it's.
Enforcer, Undaunted.
Yes. Then suddenly there's an Undaunted, there's a Yellow Cap, there's like all of these things going on. Then you bring me into the fact that you're trying to make a deal with the gang that my gang fights with all the time. Then I find out that the gnome is related to whoever's in charge of the conglomerate at this point. I mean, I feel like I take these things better if I had some ahead time on them. If I knew what you guys were trying to do, maybe done this.
This is where I tell you what we're trying to do. But first, I ask, why did you join the Idealists?
I mean, I want to take down the conglomerate. They're kind of, like, terrible, awful people. Trying to hide away, like, the great things about this world. Magic.
Is all you wish to expose the world to this wonder of magic?
Well, yeah, I mean, magic should be free. It shouldn't be served by some guy in a tower who's like, an ass.
Then this is my confidence to you. I tell you something no other member of this group know. You understand?
Yeah.
I come from Rastegar. My family, my mother, is murdered by conglomerate. This organization is the bane of all free life amongst this world. I wish to disestablish them by any means necessary. Look me in the eye. You see? There is no falsity. I tell you truth. I wish to destroy conglomerate. And I will do so. Do you trust me?
I do. Sure.
Then together, we work towards common goal. Yes?
Yeah, you got yourself a deal.
Sticks out a hand.
I stick out my hand and be like, plus they're trying to hide the gift from everyone. I mean, honestly, why would you
Cut.
hide giant space hippos? They're fantastic!
Cut from you guys.
Space hamsters.
Ren and Valette, you guys are standing there.
Yeah.
Ren's kind of holding
Yeah.
the cloth in his hand, kind of looking to Valette, who sees young Lauren and the bird kind of trail after Sam. And Brox and Gilbert kind of went this other direction. You guys stand there in the middle, looking at each other. And you guys are, I mean, it's a pretty decent side of the city. The tavern is kind of built into the low wall of like a 4-story building. And there are several other big buildings kind of looming around you. And it being later in the evening, kind of 8-ish, it's dark out. And the moon's just kind of casting a bit of light through the buildings as you look at each other to talk.
Yep. So I assume that, Tim, that Valette would have told the group about the battle that happened earlier when,
Yeah, it was mentioned.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it.
Yeah. So Ren would say that, like, it seemed like the idealists are feeling some pressure right now. Would you
It seems that one way or another, the conglomerate is tightening the noose.
Right, but in our conversation with Hadrian, he doesn't seem to be feeling any of that pressure. And I think that that's maybe one of the ways that we could make some progress.
I think there's several ways we could attempt to motivate Hadrian. I think if we try to use fear as a tactic, if our machinations are discovered, it would not turn out well for us. But if
You
we can
might
play
right.
to his sense of greed, then there should be no issue.
Okay, interesting.
Both
Something-
have
Go ahead.
Oh, both have their obstacles. Greed requires the idealists to work with their enemies. Fear runs the risk of backfire.
That's right. I'm not sure what's going to motivate them.
Interjecting your sentence as you're speaking, you guys are kind of paying attention. Broskar and Gilbert would be the first to notice it, but a blinding light kind of descends down from the sky upon you. It moves directly over Valette and Ren, and the next thing you hear is a loud and you watch as this dark form slams into the stone, breaking the pavement apart next to Valette and
I
Ren.
know what that is.
So both of you need to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, fun.
And you have a thing on your face too, right?
18.
No, it's not on his face. Okay, you're good. And Ren?
I have a critical fail, so I am going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
Your
If
inspiration
the
would
other...
be an 8.
An 8? Okay, it's still a failure, but not a critical one. Okay, you're thrown prone, Andy. You take 3 points of damage.
Yeah.
Tim,
Okay.
you're not thrown prone. You take 1 point of damage, but you do back away from the crater point. As the light from above still descends down and starts to fill out this divot in the stone, and the other groups, seeing what's happening, start to kind of turn their attention in this direction. Out of the hole rises this very, very intimidating presence. It appears to be made entirely of metal, painted red, and its head appears to have kind of a glass chamber on the top of its head, and inside you can see what looks to be like a brain floating in some sort of liquid. As it rises up, you can see that it has 2 arms, one arm with a very large metal blade that seems to be burning like red hot, and the other arm seems to have a shield that has arcane energy emanating on the outside of it in kind of like a force field. It makes kind of a noise as it gets up and out, and its eyes snap to Valette. You would know that the device that is now in front of you, Enforcer Agent 87,
Oh no.
is a Nyctalope.
Oh god, these things again. In the other campaign, we fought these guys. You were there for that.
And you would also then know that Nyctalopes are illegal. They shouldn't exist.
Nightolopes?
Nyctalopes.
Are they like cantaloupes?
No,
No.
they're shittier.
But
They're
That
very
name's
bad.
the name's not familiar to me. But I can think of it.
Do you have a picture of them?
I will, but we'll deal with that next session because we're going to end on a cliffhanger because that's the best way to
good
do it.
cliffhanger.
Nice,
Alright.
very nice.
I'll see you guys next week, and I'm going to go ahead and cancel the stream.
All right, thanks
See
for
you
the
guys.
Good night.
They are tough.